We're right to go? Yeah. Okay, welcome. That's great that you all managed to get here on this absolutely mad day out there. So welcome to the additional public hearing for the inquiry into budget estimates 2021-2022. Before I commence, I'd like to acknowledge the Gadigal people who are the traditional custodians of this land. I'd also like to pay respect to the elders past, present and emerging of the Eora Nation and extend that respect to other Aboriginal people present. I welcome Minister Wendy Tuckerman and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolio of local government. Before we commence, I'd like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. Today's proceedings are being broadcast live from Parliament's website, and a transcript will be placed on the committee's website once it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded that they must take responsibility for what they publish about the committee's proceedings. All witnesses in budget estimates have a right to procedural fairness according to the Procedural Fairness Resolution adopted by the House in 2018. There may be some questions that a witness could only answer if they had more time or with certain documents to hand. In these circumstances, witnesses are advised that they can take a question on notice and provide an answer within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. Minister, I remind you and the officers accompanying you that you are free to pass notes and refer directly to your advisors seated at the table behind you. Finally, could everyone please turn their mobile phones to silent for the duration of the hearing. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. I also would like to remind the following witnesses that you do not need to be sworn as you've been sworn at an earlier budget estimates hearing before this committee. Ms Sharon Malloy, Executive Director, Biodiversity Conservation Planning and Environment. Ms Michelle Fletcher, Director, Marine Coastal Estuaries, Flood Planning and Environment. For all other witnesses, I ask that you each in turn state your full name, position, title and agency and swear either an oath or an affirmation. The words of both of those I believe you have. So we'll start, if we can, with Mr Michael Castle.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Michael Castle, Secretary of the Department of Planning and Environment. Swear that the evidence I'm about to give by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Ms Melanie Hawes.
Thank you, Chair. I am Melanie Hawes, Deputy Secretary for Crown Lands and Local Government. Solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Ms Ali Dench.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Miss Ali Dench, I'm the Executive Director for Local Government at the Office of Local Government. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. So just a few words in terms of how today's hearing will be conducted. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:30am to 12:45pm with a 15-minute break at 11am. We're joined by the Minister in the morning, and in the afternoon we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:15pm with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions, there'll be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only. If required, an additional 15 minutes is allocated at the end of the morning and afternoon session for government questions. So thank you, and we'll begin questions from the opposition. Mr Mark Buttigieg.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister, and all bureaucrats here today for attending. Really appreciate your time under the circumstances. Minister, I just wanted to open up by getting your view on developers being allowed to sit on councils and whether or not you're in favour of that or not.
Thank you, Mr Buttigieg, and clearly I have spoken in Parliament recently.
Excuse me, Minister, would you mind just moving the microphone closer to you so we hear you? Thank you.
How's that?
Great.
Terrific. Thank you so much for your question. Clearly I spoke in Parliament in regards to this very issue last sitting. The New South Wales Government is very committed to ensuring that communities in New South Wales have confidence in the councils they elect to represent them. And of course, the government is always prepared to consider further options to promote community confidence in councils and council decision making and ensure the right people are leading our communities. That said, it's vital that any proposed changes to how the integrity of councils and council decision making is governed are assessed in a measured way, with careful consideration given to ensure that there are non-discriminatory and will not have unintended and perverse consequences on the democratic process. The integrity measures legislated by the government in recent years are more proportionate and better targeted at addressing the risks of conflicts of interest, vested interest and bias for all who serve on councils in New South Wales, and an outright ban on certain persons serving on councils. These measures obviously include increased transparency requirements when a property developer or close contact associate stands for election to councils, allowing voters to make their own choice on whether to elect such persons to their local council. The creation of significant disincentives against councillors misusing their civic office for their own personal benefit will, with councillors required to surrender their council any profit gained through the misuse of their office. A requirement for councillors to publicly disclose and appropriately manage the conflict of interest. A framework for ensuring people who stand for election to councils are fit and proper candidates.
Minister, I don't want to be seen to be rude here, but we've got quite a bit to go through, so I'll just cut to the chase. So in summary, the default position of declaration
Point of order.
is the position of the government?
No, point of order has been taken. Ms Cusack?
He can just not put his own words into the minister and just ask questions or supplementary
well, I'm
questions.
not.
We'll go much faster.
I think he was getting there. Let's just hear what he has to say first.
Chair, I was giving my summary on what my interpretation was and asking the minister to verify or
That
not.
speech in Parliament later.
That's fine for you to give an interpretation of what you believe the minister was saying and ask a question around that.
Yes.
So continue.
So, Minister, so the default position is that by and large the Act is functional. What about your view on real estate agents on council? Can I get your view on that?
Well, it's the same.
Same? Okay, thanks. When
vampires in the blood bank.
you'll recall that the member for Holsworthy at one stage was a real estate agent and actually served on council. Do you think that those roles should have been performed simultaneously? There was an incident where that same MP was placed on a 15-month good behaviour bond in 2012 for a failure to lodge an electoral donation on time. What do you think the perception is that creates in the public where those situations occur?
Well, I think there's a framework in place, and clearly we're also doing a review in regards to that framework, and I'm looking forward to what that review recommendations are brought forward, but Clearly, I believe there is sufficient framework in place at the moment for those that are representing in their community are able to disclose their interests.
Okay, so the disclosure regime is a key thing here, which I'll delve into a bit further down the track. When you were mayor of Burrawa. Thank you. Did you serve with any councillors who were also real estate agents or developers?
Yes, I did.
And were there any issues that occurred with those councillors?
No, not that I recall.
Okay. What about when you were administrator of Hilltops? Were there any councillors or real estate agents then when you were the admin on Hilltops?
Well, I was the administrator, so we had local council representatives, so community members representing. So they were committee members. They weren't actually councillors because it was in administration.
Okay. So there were people on there.
I think there was 30 representatives. So I'm just trying to. Yes, there may have been. I can recall one at this stage. Community representative.
Okay. Minister, you'd be well aware there's a bill sitting in the LA now, the Local Government Amendment Disqualification for Civic Office Bill 2020, which got through the upper house, and you made comments on, I think in the second read debate, where you said that all I can say, the kindest thing I can say about this bill is that it is an improvement on the previous one, but only because of the work the government has already done to improve the integrity of our electoral system. Could you just specifically identify what work's been done to improve the integrity of the electoral system?
So there was amendments made in regards to tightening up those disclosure laws with the Electoral Commission. So that's what I was talking about.
In what manner?
Sorry?
Well, when you say tightening up,
Well, in regards to detail, I'd probably have to take that on notice, but I'm happy to ask the Deputy Secretary to expand on what those measures were.
Yep. Thanks, Minister, if that's helpful. So there were requirements for candidates to disclose whether they're a property developer or a close associate in their candidate information sheet. And there were also provisions to enhance deterrence to councillors misusing their office for personal gain. The Secretary now has the ability to apply to the Supreme Court for an order requiring a councillor to repay any financial gain they make if it's proven that they've breached their obligations.
so Secretary, of those provisions, which ones are the additional ones, the tightening up? Because my understanding was that there was a pre-existing requirement for a candidate information sheet. I may be wrong, but is it the recourse to the Supreme Court that's been added in?
I'd need to take that on notice.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Thanks. So we have a situation here where, without wanting to sound too polemical, we 250 odd million of taxpayers' money given to coalition electorates, and you've got the government saying that it's already done the heavy lifting in crafting and delivering meaningful reform to the integrity of council elections. Can you see how the average person in New South Wales might look at that and think, well, how can we trust this government on integrity given what's happened with the council grants, the debacle of the iVote failure last time, and we're sitting here telling the public that there's no requirement to seriously consider a bill that's we think is going to improve the integrity of the electoral system by banning property developers and real estate agents?
Mr Buttigieg, can you just... I think that there's a number of issues there. Obviously, some are related and some aren't. So can you probably just throw them to me one at a time?
Well, the integrity of the voting system was something that you said that you had improved, and a lot of the heavy lifting had already been done. But in the aftermath of the government grant scheme and the misallocation of those funds, and the fact that we've had the iVoting system fall apart in the last local government elections, and then couple that with the controversy we've had over developers and real estate sitting on councils, it appears as though there's a certain sort of...
Mate, you're drawing a long bow. You're drawing a real long bow here.
That I do sympathise with the Minister because I'm totally lost as to where we're up to. And can I suggest that the member be more pithy with his question?
To the point of order, there is no obligation for a question to be pithy, and if a member is lost, that's not really relevant.
Yes, I'll
He's in the process of
just
preparing.
remind, yeah, that's fine. The Minister has asked the member to restate the question, and I think the member was getting
All right.
to that.
Let's stick back on the track of the developers and real estate agents on council. So the matter of Antoine Dwahi, which was extensively trawled over in previous budget estimates and questioning from your predecessor Shelley Hancock. Have you been briefed on the Dwahi matter and the aftermath of it?
I'm aware that that matter was dealt with by NCAT, and there was a decision made in regards to that matter, but clearly as a minister I don't have any dealings with investigative matters, but I'm more than happy to ask the Secretary to discuss the matter with you.
So when you say NCAT has made a determination, would you like to inform the committee of what that determination was and what punitive action has been made, if any?
Sure, if you just bear with me. That's fine. Yes, thank you. The allegations of misconduct against former councillor were upheld by NCAT in an order issued earlier this year, 12th January 2022. The NCAT reprimanded Mr Dewey and ordered that he pay costs. Now, if you'd like any further information, I'm happy to refer the matter to the Deputy Secretary.
Well, can I put it to you, Minister, that we had a situation where there was an incorrectly filled out declaration, which Mr Dwahi admitted in the light of the NCAT investigation, and we had a situation where, notwithstanding that, he continued to sit on council for a period of almost 2 years while the OLG investigated internally, then finally referred it to NCAT. NCAT then finally punishes, as you pointed out, in January with costs. But from the voting public's point of view, they were placed in a situation where someone who was clearly conflicted, incorrectly declared, sat on council as a mayor. Do you think the system is therefore working? Because you touched on the declarations before and how the transparency is important and the average member of the public can avail themselves of. But if that information is incorrect and there's no real
Is
punitive...
that the question? Do you think the system's working? Is that your question?
I've got a point of order, Chair.
I'm just trying to follow all of this.
Chair, I have a point of order.
Point of order.
Do you think
I
the
have a
system
point
is
of order.
Order. Let's just hear order. Let's hear Mr Shoebridge's point of order, please.
The Honourable Catherine Cusack continues to interrupt, either with points of orders that can never be points of orders, or in that case, without even pretending to have a point of order, just trying to put the Honourable Mark Buttigieg off his questioning. It's disorderly.
That's not what's
And she's now speaking over my point of
Yes.
order. She's now speaking over my point of order, and it's disorderly, and it's going to make the morning very long if it continues.
Yes, I do agree with Mr Shoebridge that it will make the morning very long if it continues. And I just remind members to please just let's allow each member to ask their questions. They are allowed to ask long questions. There is no rule around that. So I'll ask Mr Buttigieg to continue, and please, if all members can hear the member's question so that the minister can hear it and she can answer to her best of her ability. Proceed, Mr.
So, Minister,
Buttigieg.
just to summarise, we have a situation where a sitting councillor and mayor incorrectly declares, is allowed to sit on council and influence planning decisions. The public who elected that person is under the misapprehension that the declaration was correct, because it's under investigation, the investigation's confidential. The investigation finally finds out that the declaration was incorrect, and by the time anything's done about it, it's too late, because that council contained that person who was conflicted and making decisions on their behalf. So my question is, do you think that system, which is currently in place now, is working?
Do I think it's working? Yes, I do think it's working. Do I think it's satisfactory, the length of time that it's had taken? No, I don't. That's
on
why.
that matter, Minister.
Yes.
Well, hang on.
Well, no,
hang on.
I'm
Let's
asking
hear.
a
Let's
follow-up.
hear. The minister's entitled to answer the question as she sees fit. You've had the longest preamble in history. With
Is this a point of order, Mr Martin?
Yeah, it is.
So directed to me, not to Mr Buttigieg. I was just about to say if the minister could please be given just a little bit of time to answer, that would be great. Minister, proceed, and Mr Buttigieg, just hold back for a sec.
Sure.
Thank you. So in regards to the process, obviously I don't think that length of time is satisfactory, and I have tasked the Office of Local Government to assess and provide advice on options to improving the handling and mismanagement of investigations in the future. I understand that while there are councillors that don't do the right thing, there are lots of councils that do, and I am determined to ensure elected representatives who breach the Model Code of Conduct and community standards are held accountable. So, in answer to your question, improvements can be made and they are underway.
And Minister, do you have a timeline for that report back and potential reforms?
Yes, so at the moment we are conducting a misconduct review, and that is currently out to consultation. And I invite you all to make a submission to assist in improving the process. That will be closing in March, I believe, 28th of March. And I look forward to recommendations coming out of that review by mid-year.
Okay, so this essentially the government's position is that we can work with the parameters of the current system by improving it structurally without having to go down this, what you would characterise as a drastic path of banning developers and real estate agents on council. Is that essentially the government's position?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. So you said in your second read debate, I think, that a total prohibition of classes of persons from standing for elected office at any level of government is likely to require very significant levels of justification to withstand a challenge. Minister, have you got any legal background on which to base that assessment, that this would be subject to challenge, this bill?
I'm advised so. I obviously have been in a legal framework in regards to investigations, so with the Australian Federal Police, but no, I'm not a solicitor or a legal.
So has the government, because this is one of the government's arguments against the bill, has the government sought formal legal advice to that effect?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay, thanks. Minister, are you aware of the legal precedent which has occurred here regarding Mr. McCloy, whereby it was upheld that in fact that argument doesn't hold water because on balance the conflict presented by someone in that situation outweighs the interest in freedom of association and running for public office, in summary? I mean, Mr. Shoebridge might want to elaborate on that ruling, but that was the effect of it. So, in fact, there is no legal basis for what you're arguing?
As I said, Mr. Buttigieg, I'll have to take that on notice.
Okay, great. You also said that the measures contained in the bill are also hard to justify, given that electors now have information, we've touched on this before, available to them on whether a candidate or councillor is a property developer and can make an informed choice about whether they wish to vote for that person at council elections. I put it to you that in the emblematic case of Mr. Dwahi, the system failed because if someone falsifies their declaration, then clearly, even if, and I stress even if, a member of the voting public goes in and looks at those declarations, if they're false, and there's no way of weeding that out quick smart, then the voter is under the misapprehension that there is no conflict. Would you admit that that was the case with Mr. Dwahi?
Oh, look, I'm happy to refer that to the Deputy Secretary to answer.
I would say it's not appropriate for me to comment on an investigation that's history now, and NCAT has made its ruling. The review of the misconduct frameworks is underway for exactly the reasons we're discussing today, which is to ensure that it meets contemporary community expectations as to councillor conduct.
So, Minister, I'm asking you as a Minister of the Crown, that system which allowed the public to essentially be hoodwinked is grossly inadequate, satisfactory? Just interested in your view here, because we're looking for some reform, and you're telling us that the bill's unacceptable, but internally you're going to change it so that thing can't happen again. Is that the position?
Well, what I'm saying to you is that there is currently a review underway, and those issues obviously will be raised, because I'm assuming that you'll make a submission, Mr. Buttigieg, in regards to that, and then those recommendations from that review will be given its due diligence.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll go to questions now from the Crossbench. Mr. David Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Congratulations, Minister.
Thank you.
It's a hell of a time to take the job.
Indeed.
And, good luck in it all.
Thank you.
While we're on property developers and councillors, has your department undertaken an investigation of Hassan Awada, who was recently elected to Sutherland Council, who declared he wasn't a property developer, despite the fact that his partner was involved, indeed had an application for a development for some 52 apartments on land that she owned and some adjoining property, and despite the fact he'd benefited substantially from previous rezonings for his property portfolio from Sutherland Council. He said he wasn't a property developer. Have you done anything about it?
I'm not aware of the matter, but I'm happy to ask the Deputy Secretary to respond.
Well, I'll take on notice if there's a live investigation underway.
Is there a live
I'm
investigation?
not aware at this point. I'll take it on notice.
Well, it was notorious. It was the subject of articles in the Sydney Morning Herald in the run-up to the local government election. You're telling us the disclosure regime protects everybody, and no one's even looked. Is that the evidence? No one's even looked.
No, that's not the evidence. We'll take it on notice.
Well,
Ms Hawes, could you just move the microphone closer to you? Thank you.
Sure.
well, what about Sarah Richards, who got elected Hawkesbury Council again, saying not a property developer, not the spouse or partner of a property developer? Is there an investigation into Sarah Richards?
As you're aware, I became Minister later after the elections. I'm not aware of these individual matters, but I'm happy to defer again to the Deputy Secretary in regards to whether they are aware of these matters.
Before we do that, Minister, you're aware that you have to declare whether or not you are a property developer and whether or not someone you're closely associated with is a property developer, including your partner and spouse. You're aware that it extends to that?
Yes.
All right. Well, are you aware that Sarah Richards' partner is the co-owner of BCM Property, Real Estate and Development? That sort of sounds like a developer, doesn't it? Real Estate and Development, do you agree?
Mr Shoebridge, I do not know who you're talking about. I obviously don't get involved in individual matters. That's a matter for the department. So that's what I'm saying. If you are inquiring about individual cases, I'm happy for the Deputy Secretary to answer your question.
But Minister, you told us this disclosure regime that your government has in place is protecting the public interest.
And I
you
also...
told us, let me finish.
Yeah, sorry.
Let me finish. You told us it was protecting the public interest. I'm telling you, now Councillor Richards disclosed that she wasn't a property developer and wasn't in any way associated with a property developer, but her partner is the co-owner of a property development company that says on its website it's developing both minor and major residential and commercial subdivisions.
It's International Women's Day today.
And I acknowledge that, Mr Shoebridge, and
Outrageous!
I'm hoping...
Not defined by her husband anymore.
Oh, my
It's the
God.
law. Order.
Seriously
If we could
running
just
that.
please ignore Ms Cusack's comments. And Mr Shoebridge, continue.
Well, I think the Minister was...
Minister was saying how that's okay.
Continue, sorry.
No,
No, I
David,
wasn't
the
saying
Minister
it
was not saying
I
that.
wasn't saying it was okay. What I was saying was, obviously, the review is an important review in regards to how these matters are conducted in the future, and I look forward to those recommendations from the review.
Has anybody in the department commenced an investigation into Councillor Richards, who made the disclosure, the public disclosure, denying any connection with property development in the circumstances I've just put to you?
And I can only defer to the department to answer that question,
I'll take
which I will.
that. The Minister is rightly separated from the conduct matters about individual council laws. It's not appropriate for me to comment on who is or isn't under investigation in this setting, and the matter of disclosure, it's being conflated with misconduct in this discussion. Disclosures are administered by the Electoral Commissioner.
So if there's a failure to disclose under the much vaunted disclosure regime that the government's put forward, that's not a matter for the Office of Local Government. Is that your evidence, Ms Hawes?
My evidence is we manage misconduct matters. The matter of disclosure is administered by the Electoral Commissioner.
So, Minister, your much vaunted disclosure regime, you don't even have a part in enforcing. Did you know that?
Well, clearly the government puts forward legislation for any changes that are necessary. So clearly there is a role. But I'll take any advice from the Deputy Secretary.
I'm going to ask directly, is there an investigation into Councillor Sarah Richards for the failure to disclose the connection with property development?
Sorry, but I'm not aware of any because obviously I don't have any oversight on individual matters.
So, Minister, I'm going to ask it of either the Secretary or the Deputy Secretary.
I'm happy to take that on notice. I'm not aware of any investigation at this point in time. If you believe you have some information that you can share with us, I'm happy to look at that as well.
It wasn't hiding under, it wasn't hiding under a rock, Secretary. It was published in the Sydney Morning Herald. I mean, even the most basic level of due diligence in the Office of Local Government could have found this. You could have brought it to the office on the morning.
Without being cheeky, Mr. Shoebridge, not everything that gets reported in the paper is fact.
Well, I've had a
and
look
I'm
at
not
the
aware that we've moved forward with an investigation, and I will take that on notice.
You'll be pleased to know I've checked the website for BCM Property, Real Estate and Development, or I did at the time, and what was reported about their disclosure of their business was true.
Thank you.
But you needed to look, didn't you, Secretary? You needed to actually look. Somebody needed to be proactive and look, and nobody in the Office of Local Government was. Do you accept that?
No, I don't accept that. As I said to you, I'll take it on notice. For all I know is there could be moves afoot. So I don't want to mislead the committee, and I want to take it on notice.
Cool. What about Councillor Luke Cubis of Lake Macquarie, who at the time he got elected had an outstanding application to Newcastle Council to subdivide some 24 residential lots and a long history of property development? Did that trigger even the slightest alarm bell in the Office of Local Government? Because he said he wasn't a property developer or associated with being a property developer.
I'm not aware of that matter either. I'm happy to take that one on notice.
You see, the disclosure regime doesn't work, does it, Minister? You could drive a truck through it, or you could put a 24-lot subdivision through it, couldn't you? That's the truth, isn't it, Minister?
No, I'm not sure what you're referring to in regards to the individual matters, and that's obviously been taken on notice, and we'll address those issues as they arise. But also, Mr. Shoebridge, you know, it's really important that if you have any information to also forward it on for looking at. So,
Minister, I'll get your office a subscription to the Herald. Would that help? Would that help? You know, I'm happy to pay for it if it actually means something happens in the Office of Local Government if it wakes up. Would that help?
We've got you though, Dave.
Would that help?
Mr. Shoebridge, if I may be able to respond, please.
Yes, please, Ms Dench, go ahead.
Thank you. The matter for disclosures are for the Electoral Commissioner. Post-election is then a matter for the Office of Local Government.
Right. Well, do you know if any of Councillors Awada, Richards or Cubis have made a disclosure about being covered by the property development provisions of the Act at any time since they've been elected, including when they've dealt with planning matters?
I'm not aware of that, but I'll take it on notice.
Minister, Councillor Cubis is an interesting creature because he was the first person that I'm aware of who sought to get elected to two councils at the same time. Were you aware of that?
yes, I am aware, yes.
Yeah, one because he said he lived somewhere and one because he owned some property somewhere. I think it was Mid-Coast and Lake Macquarie. Does that ring a bell?
Yes, yes.
Will you bring some legislation urgently to prevent that ever happening again?
I'll take that on notice, Mr. Shoebridge.
Well, let's
I
be
can
clear.
probably respond to that, Minister, if that's helpful.
Yes.
We are due to consult with the Electoral Commission this year about that situation. It was quite an anomalous situation, and it may very well be that it's a recommendation for legislative change.
Yeah, well, that's promising, Ms. Hawes. Minister, I think you agree, wouldn't you, that nobody should be able to serve on two councils in two different parts of the state at the same time. Can we agree on that?
Well, as raised by the Deputy Secretary, it's something that we can look at. Obviously, it is an anomaly in the legislation, so it's something that we're aware of, and we'll be consulting with the New South Wales Electoral Commission.
Minister, I'm trying to build a bridge here. Can we agree on this, that somebody should not be able to be elected to two councillors at the same time? I would have thought we could have some common ground here, Minister.
Well, clearly the legislation allows for it at this stage.
And that's wrong.
And I don't disagree with you. And it's something that we can actually look at going forward.
You can go for another 10, Dave, because Mark,
cool.
if that, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
Yeah, cool.
I'll take don't disagree if that's as close as we can get to agree. Is that as close as we're going to get to agree? Don't
Same
disagree?
thing, I'm pretty sure.
All right, cool. Minister, do you support councillors getting superannuation?
Yes, I do.
Yep. What is the Office of Local Government doing to encourage councillors across the state to pass resolutions so that all councillors get access to superannuation come the 1st of July?
I'm happy to refer to the Chief Executive in regards to that.
Thank you, Mr Shoebridge. Councillors' remunerations is independently set each year by the Local Government Remuneration Tribunal based on the criteria under the Local
Ms
Government
Dench, it'll remuneration. Everybody gets the M and the N mixed up. Yep,
Act. Thank you.
yep.
Thank you for assisting.
That's all. I'm here to help.
The tribunal, thank you. The tribunal is required to review the remuneration categories for councillors at least every 3 years, which is scheduled to occur in 2023. It's also the tribunal is responsible for ensuring all councillors receive a fair and level of remuneration that reflects their workload. In setting this, the tribunal is required to actually consider size, physical terrain, population and distribution of population in each government area. From July 2022, it'll be open to councils to supplement council remuneration by making superannuation contribution payments on behalf of councillors at the compulsory superannuation guarantee rate under the Commonwealth legislation. Councils have been provided with the flexibility to choose whether to make superannuation contributions for the councillors or not, based upon their own particular circumstances.
Well, Minister, that didn't answer my question. What, if anything, is the Office of Local Government doing to encourage councils to extend superannuation to councillors, knowing that the former minister, and I endorse her work in this regard, the former minister did this in part to provide more support and more encouragement for women to put their hand up as councillors?
And which, I take my hat off to the former minister. It's been very successful. Clearly, from the local government elections past, there was a significant increase in females being elected to council. I will defer again to Ali in regards to what information has been provided to councils.
Before we do that,
Yep.
do you think it proper that the Office of Local Government send some materials to encourage councils to resolve to pay superannuation, given we know it's a pay equity measure? Do you think that's proper?
Absolutely, I think it's proper.
What have you done?
Well, I'm just asking the Chief Executive what has been done.
So I might respond to that if that's okay. Councils are autonomous, and the role of our office is to support their discussions and conversations about matters including this. So coming into the role, I think it's week 5 for me, but I am going to be engaging with GMs, mayors, councillors and the Local Government and Shires Association, as you would expect, to have these discussions and understand where the sector is at, but they are autonomous entities.
Well, the Local Government New South Wales endorsed and supported councillor superannuation, in fact endorsed and supported compulsory councillor superannuation. The sector's on board. Where's the circular and the information and the support going to councils and councillors to encourage them, to give them the information so that between now and 1 July, as many councils as possible can resolve to have superannuation paid?
A range of circulars go out, and I will take on notice what has already gone in the past, if that's of interest to the committee, and there will be future circulars and discussions about this matter, as you'd expect.
Minister, will you be supervising this and getting a running list of how many councils have and how many councils haven't resolved to put in superannuation, and then and take some personal responsibility for trying to get this reform to work?
Obviously, I'm very keen to see all councils adopt it, but as previously stated, councils are autonomous in what they do around their finances, and I will certainly be getting a list of who has and who hasn't, and encouraging all councils to adopt it.
Excellent.
If I could also answer, Mr Shipridge, we certainly have a councillor handbook that's gone out to all councillors. We are currently doing webinars with councils, induction sessions, where we are disseminating the information, but the councillor handbook clearly outlines about the superannuation issue.
And in the seminars, are you setting out the benefits and pay equity and
Yes.
support for superannuation?
We're talking about at a higher level, but there certainly will be more detail delivered out to councils.
In due course.
Yes.
Minister, do you know how many declared property developers got elected to council?
No, I'm not aware.
Does anybody keep a record of that?
The Electoral Commission would have records of disclosure.
Given the additional obligations on property developers to disclose when there's a conflict of interest going forward, don't you think it would be sensible for there to be a register or record held by the office that's responsible for enforcing the Code of Conduct?
I'm happy to. I'm not aware that there is a register, but I'm happy to defer to get advice from the Office of Local Government.
The register is the Electoral Commissioner's responsibility in the lead-up and people making disclosures in that regard.
But there's no register there. There's a bunch of PDFs that you have to search one after the other to find out. There's no register there. There's no register anywhere. Are you comfortable with that, Minister?
I'm happy to take that on notice and to give it some consideration.
All right. Minister, do you know how long the longest outstanding Code of Conduct complaint is at the moment?
If you just give me a minute to check, probably be something that I'd ask the Office of Local Government to give some advice on.
Ms Hawes?
Yep, happy to. So coming into the role, one of the first things I am doing is getting a sense of the investigation load underway, including the age of matters. So I'll take that on notice so that I can get you an accurate response. The information is being brought to me for the very reason of really having a look at the function of that team and understanding where there are areas that we may be able to improve things going forward.
Ms Hawes, I know you've only been in the job 5 weeks. No one can blame you for the mess that you've inherited, and I just want, for the record, make that clear. No one's blaming you for the mess you've inherited, but I want to get an understanding of the scale of the mess. And surely you would have some information about the longest outstanding Code of Conduct complaint.
I won't respond to your comment about the organisation. My observation is that it's packed full of people trying to do a good job. What I would say is that I'll, again, take on notice the matter of how many investigations are underway and their relative age.
I just want to know how long the longest is. And maybe you can give some context.
Point of order.
to
This has been answered twice now, this question.
I think
Witness has undertaken to find out the age, and she's actually, I think, maybe said that 3 times.
Yep, thank you. If Mr Shoebridge can continue questioning. He is
Probably
getting
helps if you wait to the end of the
slightly new
question.
one. Yep.
So, former Mayor Brady of Cobar, who made an extraordinary contribution to local government, died in February of last year, having waited 2 years for her Code of Conduct complaint to be resolved by the Office of Local Government. It was not resolved at the time she died. Has it been resolved?
I'll take that one. So that is an unacceptable length of time, and I will take on notice whether it's been resolved or not, but it would not be going forward given that that person has deceased.
You see, I would suggest to you that that is emblematic of the deep, deep problem in the Office of Local Government and with the Code of Conduct. Mayor Brady waited 2 years, and then having died, that Code of Conduct complaint, I assume, just got terminated. Nothing done, no action taken. Minister, can you believe that that's the system in place?
Mr Shoebridge, I absolutely agree with your angst. I have heard that the issue on the length of time for investigations from community, from councils, I have experienced as a former councillor, and that is why when I took over this job that I asked for some immediate action and review in regards to what's happening in the investigation space. I am, as you're aware, the review into misconduct is currently underway, which will assist also to have an overhaul of what is actually happening in regards to investigations. I take these matters very seriously, and I will ensure that we are getting a better outcome for those issues that are being addressed by the Office of Local Government.
Thank you, Minister. I'll move to questions from the opposition again. Mr Mark Buttigieg.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I just wanted to tease out some of these issues that my colleague, the Honourable David Shoebridge, has raised, because there's this view that the Dwahi matter was, one rotten apple in the barrel and we shouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater, all the rest of it. So
Shouldn't mix metaphors.
the matter of...
I was thinking exactly the same.
That would have been a good point of order.
the matter of...
Order.
The matter of Councillor Awada was raised. Now, I've tabled some documents here which include the declaration form, that is the declaration that he was not a developer, and I've also tabled some associated ASIC documents which give the office holders of the three companies associated with Mr Awada Invacon Australia Proprietary Limited. These are ASIC statements of office holders. Driftwood, which is his wife is the sole director of, and K Strong Investments, which the brothers of Mr Awada are directors of. When you look at those documents, Minister, and you'll have to take me on faith here, but the documents will bear this out, the registered address of all three companies is identical. The wife of Hassan Awada is a director of Invacon and Driftwood, and the brothers are director of K Strong Investments. Now, those particular... So you've got a declaration here where Mr Awada says he's not a property developer or a close association, and under the Act, as you know, or I'd hope you know, a spouse is determined to be a close associate. I'm not sure that the Act specifies brothers, but do you have a view on whether you think a brother would be a close associate of a property developer?
I'm assuming yes.
Okay. So, Minister, if I told you that those entities were involved in various property developments which have been reported on, for example, back in 2013, I think it was, the Liberal, this is an SMH article, the Liberal candidate for Sutherland Shire Seaward, Hassan Awada, has confirmed his development, this is when he was still a director of the company, he subsequently sold the shares to his wife, application for a unit block in Seaview Street, Cronulla, was approved by the council in June. Then another article in the local newspaper, The Leader, Mr Awada's development application to build a three-storey unit block on an amalgamated site at 33 to 37 Seaview Street, Cronulla, valued at $4.5 million, was approved under delegated authority as a complying development. The application was submitted by Invacon Australia Proprietary Limited of Unwin Street, Bexley, which is that identical address that I was outlining before. Then you've got Mr Hassan Awada's wife, Suad, and her company, Driftwood.
Madam Chair, sorry.
Order. I have been listening very carefully. This is a complex question. He's getting it on the record. I think it's very important. If he can continue, please.
The purpose of budget with this...
We're aware, I know the point of order you're making. I've been listening to Mr Buttigieg's question again. It's very complex. He's handed out documents. He's explaining what they are to the minister. I'm sure he'll get to the point and the question soon, but he has to outline, which he's doing, what he's asking the minister about. It's complex. Continue.
Thank you, Chair. I was trying to, for the benefit of the committee, summarise so that the minister didn't have to spend the next 20 minutes going through it. It's complex, as Chair said. If you read the documents, you'll see. If you read the documents, you'll see. So Mr Hassan Awada's wife, Suad, and her company, Driftwood, purchased a development at 660 to 662 Princess Highway to construct a multi-storey residential block of 56 units. And I understand Mr Hassan Awada's brother, Waleed, who's the current director of the Strong entity, which is in the table documents, is involved in a development site at 138 to 144 Willarong Road, Caringbah. So the documents appear to verify, Minister, that there is a direct link between a declaration that should have been made as a property developer or close associate thereof, and entities to which he has close relations, i.e. the wife and the brother. Does that concern you that under the current regime, this Dwahi stuff is still happening, is the question?
So has he told the Electoral Commissioner?
No. Well, you'll see on the declaration there that I've tabled that he says he's not a property developer or a close associate.
Has it been reported?
It's been reported in the media, and I'm tabling the
How long have you
documents.
been aware of it, Mr. Buttigieg?
Well, I only became aware of it in preparation for budget estimates.
Okay.
So you're the Minister
So
of the Crown.
I've just become aware of it now, and obviously it's a matter for the Electoral Commissioner. In regards to disclosures, there is a proper process for disclosures. In regards to planning matters, there are planning panels which they do not take, do not participate in. Complying development is done by the council officials.
Minister, on the planning, because this is an important point, on the planning panel issue, the IHAPs, does it concern you that those people are not elected, not accountable to the people, and don't have to declare any conflict, and they're making planning decisions?
This is obviously what needs to be weighed up. So on one hand, you're telling us that they're not suitable way to.
No, I didn't say they're not suitable. I'm just asking for your opinion on whether or not that's an appropriate system.
I do think it's an appropriate system because the councillors actually ensure that the framework's in place for those decisions to be made.
So, Minister, I'm going to table some more documents associated with another councillor associate of Mr Awada, Councillor Kent Johns. Another 10 copies there for the committee. Again, I'll summarise for the benefit of the committee. You'll see on the current and historical extract of JHC Infrastructure, which is an entity that, one of the many entities that Mr Johns is involved with. Now this is an entity where a company called Hanson Investments Corporation Proprietary Limited, which has been reported in the media. All this has been reported in the media, in fact, Minister. I'm merely giving you the evidentiary trail now. That Hanson Investment Corporation was a corporation which Mr Johns admitted was a development company. When he was interviewed by the Sydney Morning Herald journalist Kate McClimate on the 6th of July 2020 about not disclosing his association with Mingai Zhang, who's a partner on that company, JHC, his response was, and the documents, you'll see the documents table, Mr Johns declares that he's not a property developer or a close associate, both in 2016 and the recent 2021 elections. Mr Johns' response is, if I made a mistake, it would be somewhere between genuine and lazy. So Mr Johns has admitted that he probably should have declared that he was a property developer, deregisters the company that has caused the issue after the election. So voters have gone into this election in the belief that Mr Johns is not a property developer or a close associate, voted for him, and then he deregisters the company after he got elected. Again, I want to get your view on whether or not this system is operating, given those two examples I've just given you.
Not a developer.
So every candidate has obligations to disclose, and that's the matter for the Electoral Commission and for the candidate.
It's a matter for the Electoral Commission and the candidate, but I'm giving you hard evidence here whereby the voting people of New South Wales are actually being misled as to the conflicts of interest, and I want to know what you're going to do about it as a Minister of the Crown. Are you going to...
I'm not going to comment on individual matters, Mr Buttigieg, and I would honestly would hope as a Member of Parliament, that if you have received any information in regards to these matters, that you would have made a report about it.
So the recourse, the remedy, is for members of Parliament to go around watching councillors because the regulatory regime is not enforceable and it's got no teeth
No, what
and
I'm
it doesn't
saying
work.
to you,
Is
Mr.
that your
Buddegy,
evidence?
if you have information in regards to these matters, I would expect that you would bring them
no,
forward.
this is
So
all
I
been
With all due
appreciate.
respect, Minister,
Order,
I've just
order.
tabled it. I've just done that. I've just given it to you. I'm going to table some more documents.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And as I said
welcome.
to you, this is a matter for the Electoral Commission, and
It's not a matter for the Minister for Local Government. No view on fixing the systemic issues. I'm going to
as
table...
previously discussed, we are looking and reviewing the system, and if there's any changes that need to be made as a result of consultation with the community, with members of Parliament who may make a submission on this matter, we will be making the changes necessary.
Minister, I'm going to table another suite of documents, similar sort of documents in terms of the declaration of Councillor Sarah Richards on Hawkesbury, and I'll table those now. So these are the declarations of Councillor Richards, who again, as my colleague pointed out, declares that she is not a property developer and has no close association. You asked for this to be brought forth with before when Mr Shoebridge was questioning. I'm now giving you the documentation. The ASIC records will show that that company has a director by the name of Matthew John Bennett, who is the spouse of Sarah Richards, and under the Act, a spouse is a close association. That company is clearly involved in residential property development. So now this is the third example of where we have a false declaration, hoodwinking the public into believing there's no conflict of interest, councillors getting elected onto council, and the system patently failing. Again, isn't it easier, Minister? Isn't it just easier and simpler if we just ban it at the source? In other words, if you're a developer or close associate or a real estate agent, you cannot run for council. All this reactive approach to declarations and relying on people doing the right thing with no punitive action is clearly not working. What we need to do is cut it off at the source, don't we?
Look, as previously stated, this is a matter for the Electoral Commissioner, and the Electoral Commissioner reports to the Premier, and in due course, obviously, as we do our review, any issues that are brought forward under the consultation as part of that review will be considered.
Minister, can I ask you about another case study on Newcastle City Council, Councillor John Church? Do you think it would be appropriate for a councillor to be utilising the same ratepayer-funded phone number for both council business and their private business as a real estate agent?
I'm not commenting on individual matters. I'm not aware of what you're raising. But
no, this goes to the heart of what we're talking about, isn't it? Because one of the aspects of the bill is to ban real estate agents as well as property developers. So we have a councillor who was a real estate agent and was actually using a council-paid mobile phone number on his real estate agent core flutes as well in the lead up to election. And on top of that, had been hosting events for property developers, which conveniently coincided with those developers presenting to the elected council, then votes on DAs relevant to the developer and against the advice of council experts in a way that benefits property developers. So I just want to get your view on whether or not you think this is a systemic issue which needs to be addressed or not.
Mr. Buddegy, That's assuming that your view is correct. I don't know whether what you're saying is actually the truth, so I'm not going to speculate on individual matters.
Well, I mean, I can provide you with all the evidence, Minister. I can table it, and on the basis that that is correct, and I've got, as I said, I've got all the evidence here. We're not making this stuff up. This is a councillor who's a practising real estate agent using the dual mobile phone paid for by council funds, by ratepayers' money, and then going and conducting developer seminars and voting on DAs. I mean, the average person would look at this and think, my God, are we going to deal with this as business as usual? Why not just ban developers and real estate agents and be done with it? People are incredulous about this, Minister, and I want to know, I was hopeful as a new Minister you might actually support this bill or introduce your own bill which bans developers and real estate agents. You're not even considering that because of those issues which we've raised before, which we've already discussed are invalid.
Obviously, those issues around mobile phone use is a matter for council. It's a matter for council to determine how they use those mobile phones that are supplied by council. And I'm not prepared to speculate on matters that you're suggesting have occurred.
I would add, if you have evidence of potential misconduct, then please do table it and we'll look into
Minister,
that.
with all due respect, the OLG presumably has some sort of function of oversight. I mean, what is its rationale otherwise? You're expecting members of Parliament to go around spending their days being vigilant and trawling through councillors' returns and ASIC records to do the job that the government should be doing to safeguard the integrity of the electoral system.
Why don't you table that evidence?
Is that your evidence?
The evidence I have is John Church doesn't have a council-funded phone, and you've just come in here and sledged people.
Right. Mr. Martin, again, if you've got a point of order, so Mr. Buttigieg's asking questions of the Minister. I'm sure you'll get to a question soon.
I'll leave it there, Minister, but I think the point is this, is that the current system clearly is dysfunctional. It's not working. And you're saying that it can be fixed up internally with a few tweaks here and there. That's your position?
So that's your opinion, Mr. Buttigieg. It's not mine. I will consider things that come to me in regards to the review and through consultation. And I would suggest if there is any evidence of misconduct by any councillor, that matter is reported.
How much Jackson, we've just got 3 minutes.
Right. I might just ask briefly a question and follow up on that. I mean, most of the matters that my colleagues have raised, Mr. Buttigieg and Mr. Shoebridge, have been publicly reported in the newspaper. Is there any system in which the Office of Local Government has some kind of alert when something is publicly reported in the newspaper that might trigger or automatically triggers an internal note or investigation?
I'll ask the Deputy Sec to speak to that.
So, thank you, Minister. Of course, we would look at what's reported in the news. That doesn't necessarily automatically mean there has been misconduct. There needs to be an appropriate process and all fair due process afforded to the person against whom an allegation is made. We would look at reports. We have relationships with LGNSW, with councillors, and the members of the public can also contact us. We have a misconduct framework and people working on misconduct matters. It is distinct from disclosure. If you have evidence of potential misconduct, we'll look into this or to speak with the Electoral Commission about the matters that have been discussed today.
I mean, I'm not sort of necessarily referring to the individual cases that have been raised. They're examples. I'm just wondering, so, hypothetically, a media report that a councillor has misused a mobile phone, has failed a declaration, has done the wrong thing, that appears in the media. Obviously, I accept that's not a fait accompli to guilt, but what is the officer's response to that when that happens? They pick up the newspaper in the morning, they read it. What happens next?
As you'd expect, you look at it, have a look at how serious, ask contacts around the sector whether they're aware of any issues and look into it further if that's appropriate. At times that might even be about speaking with the person who made the report and or people mentioned in the report. So that would be a normal part of practice, as you'd expect.
And who makes the decision about whether it's serious or not, or whether follow-up action is required or not?
We have a team that work on investigations. They have a manager. It's escalated, as you'd expect, again, to myself if it's serious. So we have a team that works on that.
How many current investigations are afoot?
I undertook to take that on notice when it was raised earlier. My understanding is 13, but I don't want to provide information that's not 100% accurate. So in the break, I'll verify that.
Are you able to provide information as to how many reports were received, either through the media or members of the public or members of Parliament or anyone, where an investigation was decided not to proceed? It sort of read it, no, this is not serious, we'll just leave that one.
Call Hindi, for example.
How many of those are there?
So, people can ring the OLG at any point in time, and there are thousands of calls made that span a range of matters. So that's quite a complicated question to answer on the spot. They can range from a complaint that, somebody doesn't like someone through to something that's a more serious allegation of misconduct. So that's a little bit of an open-ended question to answer on the spot.
But can you see why that's useful information for the public to know? If there's, say, for example, 13, but in fact, thousands and thousands of complaints have been made, obviously that seems like it's not a large number, whereas in fact if it's a smaller number of serious allegations have been made, then 13 might seem reasonable. So, it's useful for us to know the scale of the problem of complaints, to know whether the number of investigations occurring.
Yeah, I understand you, but it goes to the category of what are people complaining about and how is it then triaged into a formal investigation. I understand the question, I'm just not able to answer it on the spot.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to questions from the opposition. The Deputy Chair, Mr Mark Pearson.
Thank you very much, Minister, and congratulations on your appointment.
Thank you.
I just sort of would like some clarity. Hopefully, maybe Ms Hawes might be able to give that more. Is that the correct pronunciation, Hawes?
Yeah.
Great. So if somebody who is a candidate is found to, the Electoral Commissioner needs to set up an inquiry into some declarations or conduct which is in question, and that inquiry is going on, the person's been elected and they're on council, at what point does the investigation move to your department? Yeah,
so, and they are distinct, and being relatively new to the role, I haven't yet had an opportunity to meet with the Electoral Commissioner and his team. The misconduct framework is in my remit, and that is something under active review and open to the public to make submissions on. Getting into the role further, I'll obviously be being briefed by the Electoral Commission on their remit and how the two interact and any opportunities for improvement. Right. If there are allegations of misconduct, they would come into my department, into the OLG.
Okay. So a person has been elected to the council and there's a complaint of misconduct that is suddenly under investigation. The person is already on the council, they're a councillor. What factors in the inquiry or about the inquiry into their conduct triggers them to have to step down and not participate in local council business?
To me?
Whoever thinks they might have the answer. Thank you.
There isn't a compulsion to stand aside. It's an integrity matter for the person. Council could insist on that, depending on the nature of the allegation. And I do note with allegations, people are entitled to a fair process. We don't currently have powers to compel someone to stand aside. It may be something that the community wants to put forward in terms of the review of the misconduct framework.
But can the council compel a councillor to step down during that inquiry?
Councils are autonomous. They can, influence, persuade and make their own decisions. I'm not going to comment on how councils go about their business.
So if a councillor is under investigation and they haven't stepped down and they've participated, let's say for a 3 to 6 month period while the investigation is occurring, if they have voted on a development or an issue and it was shown that they did have a conflict or that the allegations were correct and that could have influenced that vote, is there a process where we retrospectively go back and look at that vote again if it's discovered that the councillor was potentially influenced and in taking a vote, and that vote could have reflected an interest which was not declared.
So there are sanctions, and the Secretary has a power to compel someone to repay any financial benefits they've gained if it's determined that they gained them in an unfair manner. The range of sanctions that we have available are under review at the moment, and it's an opportunity to think about areas of improvement.
But what about if a development was approved that would not have been approved if the knowledge was there that that councillor should not have voted? Can we go back and vote again?
Well, possibly. It could be a small development and not gone to the panel. So
I think I'll take that on notice because it's a process about how councils vote, and it's not something that I'm probably best qualified to speak on. So if I can take it on notice as to what the generic process might be, bearing in mind councils are autonomous.
There are fraud provisions under the Planning Act, but I think it's at the level of fraud.
Thank you for that.
If there's fraud, that's a criminal offence.
Yeah, that clarification would be really appreciated, but particularly to undo a wrong.
Yeah, and I do note that the local planning panels have carriage of those assessment decisions, not council laws.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Is that it? Yep. I'll go to you, Mr. Shoebridge, now for the rest of the crossbench time.
Ms. Hawes, that's the situation for councils in Newcastle, Sydney and Wollongong, but across the rest of the state, property developer councillors can go for their life, can't they?
Well, I wouldn't put it that way, but you're correct, it's metro.
Yeah.
Yes.
Minister, you've been handed now by my colleague four candidate information disclosures from four now elected councillors, where there appear to be compelling questions to answer about whether or not they were property developers, and in relation to which all of the now councillors have said they're not property developers. You've got those four candidate information sheets, Minister?
Yes.
And as I understand it, your position is if there's any problem, if there's any false or untrue claims made in that, it's not your business, but it's the New South Wales Electoral Commission's business. Is that your position?
So these are a matter for the Electoral Commission. Yes, that's correct. If there is any signs of misconduct or false declarations, obviously that's a matter for the Electoral Commission, and any misconduct matters will be a matter for the Office of Local Government.
And do you say that on advice? Have you got advice to that effect?
No, I do not.
So why do you say it's the Electoral Commission's job?
Because they're in charge of the declaration.
Well, maybe I'll assist by reading onto the record from the candidate handbook, the current candidate handbook, in relation to these sheets published by the New South Wales Electoral Commission. It says, and the candidate information sheet may contain other information, date of birth, occupation, qualifications, statement of policy or beliefs, and other relevant information. The Local Government Act contains provisions which make it an offence to provide false or misleading information. However, neither the returning officer nor the New South Wales Electoral Commission has a role to play in determining whether or not any claims or statements made in a candidate information sheet are factual. Minister, the New South Wales Electoral Commission fundamentally disagrees with you, don't they?
Clearly, if that is the case, well, I'm happy to take that on notice.
So we have not your job, not their job, not anybody's job.
No, that's
it's basically
not
lawless.
If there's an issue around misconduct, it is our job.
Well, but that's 180 degrees contrary to what you've been saying for the last 40 minutes. I mean, I'm happy for the somersault and the backflip and for you to do something, but you can't say white is black and black is white without acknowledging that there's a problem here.
So that's not the case. The Electoral Commission administers disclosures. If there's evidence that someone's made an incorrect disclosure and it goes to misconduct, it would come to us, and there are provisions to investigate and respond to that.
Well, Ms. Hawes, that's a courageous cover for what's happened, but all of the witnesses here who have had a chance to say have said that any false or misleading statement in the candidate sheet in relation to being a property developer is a matter for the Electoral Commission. And I've now put to you in black and white that the Electoral Commission fundamentally disagrees. And we're in a situation, Ms. Hawes, and you can agree or disagree with this, where it's effectively lawless. They can say whatever they like. get elected however they like with whatever statements.
No worries.
It's not your job. It's not the Electoral Commission's job. We've got a problem, haven't we?
Mr. Shoebridge, I might take that one. I don't agree with the way that's put forward. We've said if we are made aware that something has been done untoward, we will investigate. We've been made aware today, documents have been tabled. We need to go through due process on those. We're not saying that the Electoral Commission has to do the investigation. We're saying when we're made aware of it, we will do the investigation.
Well,
thank you for making us aware of it.
Mr. Castle,
I understand that.
Mr. Castle, can you get some understanding of the frustration?
Yes, I can.
When these matters have been in the paper, they're notorious.
I think
the Electoral Commission says they're not investigating. You say you're not investigating. We get the runaround, and at the end of the day, the public get misled by electing councillors who have falsely declared about not being a property developer, and your office does nothing. No one does anything.
I think
you understand the frustration?
I understand your frustration, but I just want to clarify one thing there. I think I said, thank you for making us aware. I will take on notice whether there's any live investigations into these matters. So I didn't say we weren't investigating. I asked to take it on notice so I could be factual.
Yeah, I'd bet London to a brick there's no investigation given the Minister's position and attitude.
Okay,
I bet London to a brick that's not the case. But anyhow, surprise me. Surprise me on
Shoebridge,
those.
do you have a question? Order.
Yeah. Minister, it's awful what's happening at the moment up in Lismore and Ballina, and those two councils have been smashed. How much financial assistance has your government given to Lismore Council, and how much has it given to Ballina Shire Council?
Obviously, it is absolutely tragic what's happening, and I've been in constant contact with Lismore Council and Ballina Council and all those councils affected from this disaster, and there are a number. I think we're totalling 45 at the moment. I'm happy to ask the Chief Executive in regards to what funding is specifically given to local government councils to go through that. And rest assured, Mr. Shoebridge, we as a government are working very, very hard to ensure that we are providing as much assistance as necessary to the people of those communities and in particular to the councils.
So, Mr. Shoebridge, there has been 45 disaster-declared areas, and each of those, there's $45 million. $1 million is going out to each of those local government areas. There's $75,000 grants, which are demand-driven to assist primary producers that have suffered direct damage from the recent flooding. And my heart does go out to those communities up there. It's absolutely devastating what has happened. The New South Wales government estimate that this to initially be $111.5 million. There is also $50,000 grants to assist small business and not-for-profit organisations that have suffered direct damage from the event. And we estimate that this to be initially $89.7 million. $210 million to assist affected communities with the clean-up and removal of flood and storm-related damage and debris and green waste. And this is to enable local government areas to work with Resilience New South Wales and New South Wales government agencies to coordinate clean-up activities. There has also been $6.5 million to provide community recovery officers to support communities impacted by the event, and further additional support measures under the disaster recovery funding arrangements, Category A and B, are also being activated.
So, Minister, I was asking how much has been provided to Lismore Council, and having gone through that list, they, like 44 other councils, get $1 million, and that's the only direct funding to Lismore Council so far.
No, that's not correct. There's obviously different areas and portfolios when you're talking roads, rubbish, waste, and Commonwealth support. There is a.
Well, Minister, please tell me, apart from the $1 million that Lismore got, like 45 other disaster-declared areas, apart from the $1 million that went to Lismore Council, please tell me any additional financial support that your government has given to Lismore Council? You're the minister responsible. They are suffering dreadfully. What else have you given them?
So I might just add to that answer. Obviously, Resilience New South Wales and others are very active out there. It's very dynamic at the moment. The funding the Minister referred to is funding that has gone. It's the very first tranche. There are other agencies actively administering support and relief right now. So a real-life answer of how much exactly has been spent in Lismore is a very dynamic question to ask and answer today.
My question is, how much has been given to the council? Time after time we see in these dreadful disasters and emergencies, the only authority that's really there with a capacity to deliver is the local council. This local council is suffering appallingly. They are overwhelmed by tasks and needs in their community. And I'm asking you how much you've given the council. And all you tell me is $1 million, like 44 other councils. You're the minister responsible for local government in New South Wales. How much have you given Lismore Council, Minister?
So, as answer to your questions, which were highlighted of some of the funding, there is also a huge response from in regards to recovery. There are evacuation centres, recovery centres being coordinated and are up and running up there that are providing assistance to local councils. The additional funding is to assist local councils, so it's not coming out of any general fund. We are providing as much support as we can. I'm continuing as a part of the Crisis Cabinet to ensure that councils are not forgotten, that they are receiving as much funding to assist in that clean-up and recovery. And I will continue to. Obviously, with my experience on council, I understand the importance to ensure that those councils are adequately funded to be able to support their communities through this crisis.
Minister, they are words, not funds, not support.
So obviously...
No, let me finish my question. Minister, they are words, not funds, not support. Apart from the $1 million that Lismore Council, like 45 other councils, have got as being part of a disaster declared area, what other financial support have you provided to Lismore Council so as they can do their job and help their residents recover from this disaster?
As discussed before, the recovery is being led by the Minister for Emergency Services, capably supported by Commissioner Fitzsimmons in regards to what is needed. There are constant assessments being made in regards to what funding is needed to assist in that recovery. It's an ongoing crisis that's being managed by the Premier and the Crisis Cabinet. All ministers have been touched in some way in their portfolio, and all ministers are working around the clock to ensure that those adequate funds and provisions are made to assist councils. And I cannot put a dollar figure on it because it's an evolving situation, and it constantly is. Mr. Shoebridge, if you want to make an issue out of this, I think you're doing a certain disjustice to the communities up there. We are very aware of the impact that this has had across the state, and we are working extremely hard to ensure that we are supporting those communities.
Minister, the first formal state government office opened in Lismore just yesterday. Days and days and days after this disaster struck their town. Today, you can only identify $1 million that's gone to the council, despite the extraordinary demands that are being on that council at the moment. I'm not really interested in your adjectives. I'm interested in whether or not why you haven't given Lismore Council more than $1 million, and I'm giving you the opportunity to explain that.
Well, I'm just saying to you, Mr. Shoebridge, that $1 million has been identified for the councils, but there is so much other support being given to the communities and to the council in regards to the recovery.
Well, tell me the other financial support given to the council.
I can't
Minister.
put a dollar figure on it, but I'm happy to take that on notice so you're aware of each dollar that's been spent.
Well, Minister, none of the programs that you outlined were funding going to the council unless they may make a grant application at some point in the future. They don't need a grant application.
And I really
they need money now.
Mr Shoebridge, Ms Catherine Cusack has a point of order.
And I apologise for interrupting the member, and I'm not seeking to be political in any way when I say this, but I've been in that region for a week, and the councils are crippled.
Correct.
And they can't provide service, and so the minister. I just want to.
Catherine, I agree with you.
Order. If
it.
Ms Cusack is making a point of order, if you could speak through the chair about it. It's a very emotional situation. But if you could just speak to me through me.
Through you,
thank you,
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Their equipment has been destroyed. Their staff have lost their homes. The minister and the department. And I really would love to continue to hear that aspect of their answer about the service and the boots that are being put on the ground to assist those communities, because
Okay.
I just want to clarify that it's not about the money in the bank. This is the phase that we're in.
If I could just remind, it's not quite a point of order, and I just remind the members that you do have time for government questions at the end.
Right.
If you would like the minister to put that on the record, because yes, I agree. So, Mr Shoebridge, if you could continue.
No, and then I appreciate the interjection, and I agree with it. Minister, you've heard from the Honourable Catherine Cusack, who's been up there, and I'm sure we've all spoken to friends and colleagues who say the same thing. The council's been knocked sideways. Machinery destroyed, housing for their staff destroyed. Their need is so much greater than the $1 million you've given to the council. Have you picked up the phone and spoken to the mayor and said, how much do you need? When can I get it to you? How much financial support can I get you? Have you had that conversation, and what did he say?
Absolutely. I've spoken to many mayors in the same situation, and obviously it's a process that needs to be assessed and taken through Cabinet, and a bid made through the ERC in regards to any extra funding that's needed. We will continue to monitor what is needed, and every minister responsible for any aspect that supports councils, whether it's roads, we will continue to support them in the best way we can, and that will include additional finance.
Okay, thank you. Just on that, that's the end of crossbench time for this round. We will break a few minutes early now for morning tea. It's 10:57. That means we will come back at 11:12, not 11:15. Thank you. See you then.
Chair.
We're good? Yeah. Okay, great. We'll continue questioning from the opposition. Ms Rose Jackson.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. I might just, I'm going to try and touch on a few issues in the time I have. I might just start where my colleague, Mr Shoebridge, left off, just in relation to some of the consequences of the floods. And specifically, I wanted to ask about what options are available to expedite or fast-track DAs on rebuild, because pretty quickly, hopefully, we're going to get out of the immediate recovery phase and people are going to want to try and get back into their homes. And that is often going to require approval for rebuild or partial rebuild. And as I'm sure you know, Minister, from your experience in local government, it can take a while. What can you say to people who are anxious that they're going to need council approval to rebuild their property or part of their property, and that they may have to wait some time for that?
Thanks, Ms Jackson. Obviously, having lived through the bushfire experience and the Minister for Planning at the time, ensuring that that very issue was addressed through provisions under the Planning Act, I am absolutely certain that we will be doing everything we can to ensure those sorts of provisions are provided to those communities that wish to rebuild, and that support will be given. Obviously, it's absolutely crucial to the communities to be able to do that. And just like the bushfires, you know, it is a difficult process. And a lot of the times communities want to actually, people in the community want to take that breather to assess what they're going to do and how they're going to do it. So, but trust me that that support will be available, and you know, I will be certainly ensuring that the Minister for Planning puts those provisions in place, and I'm not too sure whether the Secretary would also like to add anything further.
Well, it is a matter for the Minister for Planning, but I can tell the committee that discussions on how to assist the councils in those areas have already been undertaken. And prior to the floods, we'd just announced $1 million worth of extra support for regional councils, which these councils predominantly fall into, to assist them with speeding up their approvals, or their assessments, I should say, of development applications that were before them. Remembering it depends on how badly damaged the homes are, whether they're being fully knocked down. If they're just being refurbished internally, probably doesn't put as big a load on council. I think the bigger challenge will probably be the supply chains with building materials and tradespeople, to be honest.
I mean, there will be many challenges, I agree. I mean, I think, Mr Castle, you are right that sort of, you know, regional flying squad, whatever thing that the Minister for Planning announced in relation to assisting local councils with DAs, acknowledged a pre-existing problem. That problem is now going to be massively exacerbated in these areas. And so, you know, Minister, can you give an assurance that if those councils are saying we need additional resources because so much of our infrastructure has been smashed, that will be forthcoming, so that people do not have to wait for council to try and get back on track if they're ready to go on rebuilding their homes? I
will be doing everything in my power to advocate for that exact thing. Obviously, you know, being the Minister for Local Government, that's what my job is, to make sure that I'm advocating on their behalf. That's why I'm in touch with them every day to offer my assistance and to ensure that that message is loud and clear around the table where the decisions are made. And can I also say, obviously, the Office of Local Government and councils are one big family, and support from those councils that are not affected are always forthcoming. There's a suitable program that assisted during the bushfires, where councils were able to offer skill support, whether it's planning, whether it's any other on-the-ground skills that they could provide. They're certainly being able to assist. And I thank the Sydney City Council for actually suggesting such a program, which was of great support during the bushfires.
some of the rebuild is of infrastructure. I'm thinking specifically of telecommunication towers, because we know that this has been a major problem on the North Coast, that they're still struggling to get phone and internet access back on the ground. I mean, reconstruction of telecommunication towers where that's required requires approval from the OLG or the minister. So, I mean, what commitments can you give to expedite those approvals that you're actually responsible for?
As I said, that's not in my portfolio, but I'm happy for the Secretary to answer. But rest assured that those things have been identified.
My understanding is that approval for telecommunication towers is in your portfolio and does require approval of the Office of Local Government.
Yeah,
I beg your pardon?
if I could reply to that, yes, those approvals are, and we will be expediting them as quickly as possible. I know that there is some current work being done for mobile towers to assist in the areas as well through Resilience New South Wales, but certainly the licensing arrangement is through the OLG and up through the Minister, and we will be expediting those as quickly as possible.
Thank you. I stand corrected.
We might come back to some of those issues in a tick. I did just want to move on to the review of animal rehoming practices. So my understanding is that was launched late last year. What's the status of that review?
The review, I'm happy to hand to the Chief Executive just to update on the status. Obviously, I'm very keen to ensure that this review is done as quickly as possible. Obviously, one of my first jobs was to support the rehoming legislation amendment through the Parliament, which I was extremely pleased to see go through, and I'm happy now to build on some of those amendments and look forward to the consultation period and clearly the results of the review, so we can continue to ensure that we're doing our utmost to ensure that rehoming is taking place. So I'll pass to the Chief Executive.
Yes, thank you, Minister. The animal rehoming review is about to get underway. The review will examine the euthanasia rates in pounds, New South Wales pounds and shelters, and identify key drivers underpinning the state of play. But yes, that review is about to get underway. And
what's the delay there, Ms Dench? I mean, it was announced in November last year. It's now March. So that's quite a significant period of time between the announcement of the review and it getting underway. Doesn't seem like it's a particularly high priority.
The review is about to get underway. We are about to engage an external consultant to assist us with that particular work, and the recommendations will be submitted to Government by October this year.
How does that accord, Minister, with the comment you just made about this being important to you when this review was announced in November last year, and in fact it hasn't even gotten underway? It is about to get underway and it's now March. That does not seem like it is of particular importance to government if nothing has happened between November and March.
Well, that's not actually correct. There is things happening in regards to ensuring that the review is underway. The Pet Reference Group obviously will be tasked with that, and it is of importance, and clearly with my support, and discussion with our Crossbench colleagues in regards to getting the amendment bill passed, highlights the fact that I do see it as an important priority and will remain. So I am certainly focused on ensuring that we get the review done and underway as quickly as possible.
Do you think it's acceptable for council pounds to be located at a tip?
Well, I'm happy to pass that on to
I'm asking you, do you, as Minister for Local Government, think it is acceptable for councils to locate their pounds at tips, at rubbish tips?
Well, that's a matter for councils to decide what's appropriate for them.
Next to a sewage plant, is that acceptable to put homeless animals, homeless dogs, next to a sewerage plant?
As I said, that's a matter for council to determine where they will be putting their pound, and those matters would be best put forward to the council to reply.
Do you not think that there may be some need for mandatory minimum standards for the location and upkeep of pounds? Is that not something that it might be a role for the government to deliver, if indeed councils are putting pounds in tips or next to sewerage plants?
Well, I think there are standards already that have been set in legislation in regards to pounds. And I think it's important that we ensure that councils are adhering to those standards.
But those standards clearly don't involve the location of the pound, considering Wingecarribee Shire has their pound at the tip. Dubbo City Pound is right next to a sewage plant. So you can say on the one hand it's a matter for council, but I'm asking you, if indeed there are legislated minimum standards, why doesn't that include not putting homeless dogs, homeless puppies, next to a sewage plant or in a tip?
Well, as suggested, the animal welfare is obviously in the hands of the Minister for Agriculture, and I'll be best to leave those issues for him to determine, but clearly councils are responsible for their pounds and where they're located, and that's a matter for councils.
Also, too, if I may add, Minister, that a full review of standards, guidelines and codes and other supporting material under the existing animal welfare framework is planned to occur after the draft bill is finalised and passed, and the supporting regulation is developed and implemented.
Would, as Minister, as part of that review, would you be willing to include minimum standards about the location of pounds?
I'm happy to consider any recommendation that's put forward as a part of that review.
I might move on, Minister, to the Waste Levy. What do you understand the purpose of the Waste Levy to be?
What number are we? 3.
That's not something that you're able to answer without a note?
No. Sorry, thank you. I will get to it. Obviously, the Waste Levy is there to ensure that best practice is in regard to what's happening in waste. I'm happy to ask the Chief Executive to further expand on that, but clearly it's a matter for the member, for the Minister in charge of the environment, and I'm happy to actually defer any issues in regards to the Waste Levy to the Chief Executive.
No, I mean, that's fine. I don't need an explanation of what the Waste Levy is. I'm familiar with what it is. Councils pay it. That's why I'm asking you as the Minister for Local Government. You would be aware, would you not, of the Audit Office report, which found that in 1920, of the $750 million collected from councils, from local government, only 1/3 of that was actually spent on the best practice waste and environmental programs that you articulated the purpose to be. Are you aware of that report?
I'll take on notice. I haven't read the report.
Would it concern you to hear that councils are paying hundreds of millions of dollars to the government as part of the Waste Levy, and only 1/3 of that money is actually being spent on environmental and recycling programs? Does that concern you?
Obviously, this is a matter for the Minister for the Environment.
It concerns him in relation to the expenditure. He has to answer for that. But you have to answer for the impact this is having on local government.
Absolutely.
They are paying hundreds of millions of dollars. Local government New South Wales estimates that 18% of that found its way back to councils.
And that's a matter for the Minister for the Environment.
Have you raised with him at all the substantial impact this is having?
I've certainly heard concerns from councils in regards to this, and I'm happy to continue to advocate on their behalf to the Minister for the Environment.
So the question was, have you raised it with the Minister directly?
I have.
Whether or not councils have raised it with you?
Have you raised it with the Minister?
So I have not had a conversation with the Minister in regards to that expenditure at the moment. Certainly it is something that will be raised with him.
Because, as an example, take Newcastle, which has paid a levy to the tune of almost $200 million over the last few years. That has meant that it is not able to use any of that money to invest in local infrastructure for waste management or waste avoidance or recycling, because it's given that money to the government, ostensibly for that purpose, only to find almost none of it actually being spent. Does that concern you for the City of Newcastle?
If that's the case, of course it concerns me.
And you commit to raising with the Minister for the Environment?
Absolutely. I'm happy to advocate to the Minister in regards to those issues.
It's just a bit hard, Minister, because when we talk about the disclosure regime, that's the Electoral Commission. When we talk about dogs being put in tips, that's the Minister for Agriculture. When we talk about councils giving the government hundreds of millions of dollars and none of it being spent on what it's been spent for, that's the Minister for the Environment. So are you actually prepared to take responsibility for any of the matters that are impacting local government now, whether it's their elections, whether it's their animal management strategies, whether it's their waste strategies? Do you take responsibility for any of those issues?
I have responsibilities in my portfolio. There is no doubt about that, Ms Jackson. I have lived a lot of the issues that have been raised with me through local government, not only as a councillor, but certainly now as a minister. And I am happy to advocate and to support my councils in the best way that I can.
On the example of Newcastle, they paid, I understand, $37 million on the Waste Levy last year. So that's a substantial amount of money, $37 million. They got back $178,000. Would you not accept that this is a big council that has ideas about what it can do on waste avoidance and recycling, and it's given you $37 million for that purpose. It's got back $178,000. Would you accept that is completely unacceptable?
I'm happy to discuss those matters with Newcastle Council and to assist them for advocating to how better spend that money.
It's not about how they spend the $178,000 that they got back. It's about the government, your government that you're a minister in, actually taking responsibility for the fact you've taken $37 million out of their funds for a purpose and then not spent any of that for the purpose on which it was directed. Do you accept that
I understand the premise of your question, and I've told you that I am concerned with what you've raised, and I'm happy to take up with the Minister for the Environment.
I want to quickly go back to the issue about approval of telecommunication facilities, because you've just found out from Ms Dench that, in fact, the Office of Local Government is responsible for providing authorisation of them. You've said that in relation to...
So providing licences,
licence
yes.
authorisation for them. You've said in relation to the North Coast you'll be enthusiastic about expediting them, which is obviously good news for them. I'm now concerned about residents who live in the ponds in the northwest growth corridor who have been waiting years for approval for a mobile phone tower in their community. Why has that taken so long?
Well, it's my understanding that we're waiting on information from Council, but I'm happy to throw to the Chief Executive in regards to the progress on that.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, definitely those particular proposals, we were waiting on information. The Office of Local Government was waiting on information from Council. There's been some discussions with Council, and those licences and approval processes have progressed.
My understanding is that the former minister wrote to the Council and to local members in December last year, indicating that further discussions would be needed, and that on 2 occasions in January this year, contact was made with a representative for the Office of Local Government trying to progress that, and no response was even received to those emails. Is that acceptable to you, Minister?
I can answer that, Ms Jackson. That definitely was not the case. We have responded to the to the Member of Parliament, and also I've had discussions with the General Manager as well. Those issues have been addressed, calls have been returned, and issues have been dealt with. We've received the information that we need, and those applications have progressed for approval.
I mean, it's not a particularly good sign for the people on the North Coast who are obviously anxious to ensure that when they are ready to have their telecommunications towers approved, you've given a commitment to expedite it, considering people in the ponds have been waiting.
The issue there, Ms Jackson, was in regards to receiving information back so we can assess the proposals appropriately. That has been resolved, and in future cases we'll certainly be making sure that the appropriate information is received that's needed to assess those issues.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to Crossbench. I have one question before I hand over to my colleague, David Shoebridge. I'm not sure if you're aware, Minister, because I've had this conversation with the former Minister, is that in the review of the greyhound racing legislation, there had been a requirement that if a greyhound must have all of life tracking if it enters into the greyhound industry. Then legislation was changed pertaining to that greyhound regulation, where if a greyhound was given or sold to a person who is not involved in the greyhound industry, then it is then covered legislatively under the Companion Animals Act. My question to the Minister before, and my question is, the concern of the all-of-life tracking, has there been an amendment to the Companion Animals Act which requires a person who adopts or has a greyhound to continue the all-of-life tracking so that at any point in time, a greyhound, we know where a greyhound is that's come into and out of the industry, and that a person cannot just have the greyhound killed, which we are allowed to do with other companion animals. So do you understand my question? Is that it has the continuance of the all-of-life tracking, is the continuance still in place, even though the greyhound is no longer captured by the greyhound racing regulation for tracking?
Thank you, and obviously I'm happy for the CE to provide some information around the greyhound welfare issue and the life tracking. So would you be able to provide information in regards to that?
Yes, thank you, Minister. So,
Ms Dench, if you could just move your microphone a little bit closer. Sorry. I'm getting a bit senior.
So there are tools available to continue to monitor retired greyhounds rehomed outside the industry, and the Greyhound Welfare Integrity Commission has access to the Companion Animals Register, enabling them to include the details of retired greyhounds that are adopted outside the industry to enable the tracking of these animals for the whole of their lives.
Okay.
I would also note that some of these questions may be directed to Minister Anderson tomorrow in his portfolio.
Yes, I will be, but still, the trigger here of the question is that now, when the greyhound leaves to an individual and is with a person who is not involved in the industry, that condition of knowing where the animal is has gone. So a person can actually go and have the greyhound put down or shoot it through the head. Straight after that, and that greyhound has been given to a person who is not in the industry, the protection that was in the regulation is no longer in place for that animal. That's what the question is about.
Okay, and I'm happy to take that on notice.
That'd be great
Mr.
if you
Pearson.
could, please. Thank you. Mr Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair.
You have the whole of the time now, unless I see a question coming. Thank you.
I'll be wary of an attack from the flank. Minister, do you know what... I'll start again. Minister, do you think councils should have enough income to do the job they need to do to service ratepayers and protect their local area?
Look, obviously, the sustainability of councils is certainly in the forefront of my mind, and I think it's extremely important that we have sustainable councils because they're the ones delivering to the communities.
So what do you say to councils who last year had a rate peg from IPART of 2% and had to cope with 3.5% inflation. What do you say to those councils?
Well,
Just suck it up?
Absolutely not, Mr Shoebridge. I would never say that to councils. Obviously, hearing that particular issue around the rate peg, I immediately had conversations with the chair of IPART in regards to how they determined that rate peg. My concerns were certainly relayed to her around the methodology used to determine the rate peg, and as a result, I've asked IPART to review that methodology.
Well, so councils went backwards by tens and tens of millions of dollars last year. You accept that? Inflation at 3.5%, rate peg at 2%. They went back by 1.5% last year.
If you're saying that?
Well, I mean, you're the minister, so you tell me, are those numbers right or wrong?
Well, I don't know because I don't have them in front of me. I'm not sure exactly.
Anybody know?
Obviously, different councils are...
Does anybody there know? Like, this is one of the most critical factors in local government. Does anybody there know what IPART gave last year what the inflation was?
IPART provided a rate peg, and the minister was incredibly proactive in convening discussions with IPART and tasking...
No, Mr. We will come to that. I'm asking if anybody there knows what the IPART rate peg was for last year and what the inflation rate was for last year. Critical issue about financial sustainability, core-based data. We've got the 5 most senior people in local government here, and I'm asking the most basic facts.
And you're getting an answer and you interrupt.
Of an answer.
Does anybody know those 2 figures?
Yes, Mr Shoebridge, you are right. Inflation was higher than the rate peg.
By what?
Well, the rate peg varied because some people got variations, but based on your figures, 1.5%.
Yeah, the rate peg doesn't vary. The rate peg is set across, and then variation. Then councils can get special variations.
Yeah. And some did.
Yes,
is my understanding.
So, do you know how much councils went back with collectively last financial year?
The collective number, no.
Right, can you take it on notice and provide it to us? What the gap was between? Now, Minister, do you know what the situation is going forward for the next financial year? Do you know what inflation is being forecast by the Reserve Bank for next financial year?
Mr Shoebridge, I understand, what you're trying to achieve, but rest assured,
just an answer.
Since coming into this position, I am fully aware of the concerns that councils have raised in regards to the income they receive. I'm fully aware of the sustainability issues around local councils, and I will be doing all I can to ensure that that is addressed. And this is a part of the review that IPART is undertaking. Now, I haven't been in the job very long, and I certainly am aware of the issues raised by many councils over many years in regards to the rate peg. Totally understand their issues and concerns, and my focus is, as Minister, is to make sure that the councils have every opportunity to be sustainable and that can deliver services and infrastructure to their communities.
Minister, what is the predicted inflation for next financial year? What is the Reserve Bank of Australia saying?
This isn't the price and right. It's like 3.25%.
If you wish to make a point of order, Mr Martin, do so.
Be the inflation for next financial year?
I'd have to take that on notice, Mr Shoebridge. I've got a lot of information in my head at the moment, obviously taking on the role. It's getting across every issue. I am doing my best, so I'll take that on notice.
Minister, I'm assuming when you went and spoke to IPART, because you had, I'm hoping, concerns about the financial sustainability of the sector.
Yes, I just said that, Mr Shoebridge.
And I assume that in doing that, to have an intelligent conversation with IPART, you would have to know the gap between what the IPART rate peg is for next financial year and what the expected inflation will be for next year, because that's the sort of basic fundamentals to that conversation with IPART, isn't it?
Indeed.
So now I'm asking you, what's the gap between the IPART rate peg and the inflation for next year, which you've agreed must have been the fundamentals of your discussion with IPART?
Between councils, because obviously some councils have received population additions to the rate peg. So there's obviously a lot of variance in that.
Some councils get things in addition to the rate peg, but the rate peg itself is set across the state. There are variations sometimes for populations, variations sometimes for special applications that are made, but the rate peg that we start with is the same across the state. You know that, Minister. What is it for next financial year?
0.7%.
Yep. And I'm asking you now again, what's the anticipated inflation for next year?
I
Because
don't
you
have
need-
that number. I'm sorry. I just told you that I'll take that on notice.
Well,
Also,
the Reserve Bank
I-
is, Minister, I'll help you. The Reserve Bank is predicting inflation in the December quarter at 3.25%. The better part of 2%, well, over 2% gap between the costs that councils will have to pay and the income they're going to get from rate increases. That's unacceptable, isn't it?
Well, that's a determinant by the IPART. They're obviously an independent body that determines the rate peg. My issue in regards to the review is determined that methodology is there to best support the councils going forward.
Minister, you get in a review of the methodology that may have an impact sometime in 2023, in the middle of 2023 at best, is not going to help councils survive the next 18 months, is it?
Well, it's a damn good start, Mr Shoebridge.
Well, it's not for the next 18 months. It has no impact at all on their finances for the next 18 months. It's not a damn good start at all, Minister.
Well,
it doesn't help at all for the next 18 months.
And obviously, as a government, we're there to support them in any way we can, and we have been supporting them financially.
Well, given how grossly unsustainable that rate peg is, the government has the capacity, if it chooses, to put forward a legislative increase over and above what IPART delivered. Will you do that in order to stop local councils effectively going insolvent?
So, as a part of that review, I have also had conversations with the chair as to what can be done in the here and now, and I'm waiting for that announcement to be waiting for her response in regards to that.
If I could, Mr Shoebridge, answer
Yes, Ms.
that.
Dench.
We have had discussions with IPART, and we have also sent out a circular to councils in regards to the here and the now, in regards to the 0.7%, in that we are, there is a provision in the guidelines to apply for a special variation, and we are working with councils with some guidelines around applying for what they have budgeted for in relation to their long-term financial plans, which in this coming year to be able to apply for a special variation to match for that. IPART is looking at extending their application process, and we are working together with IPART on how we can streamline that so councils can put in a special variation for the here and the now this year.
Ms. Dench, that can't be the answer, to have the local government sector make 128 special variation applications with the countless hours of staff time. No, let me finish. The hundreds and thousands of dollars of resources that councils have to put into a discretionary special variation. That can't be your answer, can it?
We are working closely with IPART to make a streamlined application process for those councils that are in need for that between the 0.7% and what they were budgeting for. We are putting in place a streamlined process to assist councils. Guidelines have gone out and a circular has gone out to councils to assist them in that particular process.
Well, I'll ask you to table the circular if you could, and the guidelines. And I know Ms. Hawes had something to add to this. So, Ms. Hawes, did you have something to add?
No, the Minister has addressed it, which was the sense of immediately engaging with IPART about the long-term method, and it's an amenity to review that, and also opening the door for dialogue about something we could do in the here and now.
Minister, do you accept that an answer to what will be an inevitable financial crisis in the local government sector in the next financial year, do you accept that it's inadequate to suggest that 128 councils across the state each put in a special rate variation which is at the discretion of IPART? Do you accept that's inadequate?
No, I don't. I think what IPART have put forward in regards to streamlining the application by councils is acceptable. There will be an opportunity for any consultation in regards to those issues. So I'm more than happy that the IPART have come to the table to address the concerns that I've raised.
Minister, what will you do when inevitably the Reserve Bank raises its inflation forecast in the next few weeks because of the price inflation impacts of both the war and floods? Will you just give a collective shrug and say councils will just have to suck that up too?
No, obviously as a government we're supporting councils as much as we can in any financial assistance, whether it be in regards to infrastructure, whether it be in regards to maintenance. There are programs that we are able to assist councils to be able to make sure that they're trying to do what they can. And we will continue to do that.
Minister, what will you do, which you haven't answered me, when inevitably the Reserve Bank lifts its inflation forecast because of the now extremely predictable price impacts of war and floods? What will you do to those councils?
And I guess that's the issue in regards to the current methodology that the IPART are using, is that it's inadequate. So I have asked IPART to review that methodology.
Minister, that won't put a single cent in a single council until at best the middle of 2023, and we're here in March 2022.
I understand what you're saying, Mr. Shoebridge, but I'm doing everything in my power to assist councils to be able to be sustainable. And this is the first step. Obviously, the issue with IPART addressing the here and now is the next step. And I will continue to ensure that councils are supported going forward. Everything in my power, I will do.
I think Ms Dench had something to add.
I was just going to say, Mr Shoebridge, that we're having productive discussions with IPART so we can make sure local councils have the resources they need to service their communities while ensuring we minimise the burden placed on our state ratepayers.
Ms Dench, you can't pretend that a chat with IPART is going to fix the fact that 128 councils across the state, after having had their real income slashed last year, are going to have it slashed again by about triple the impact next year. A chat with IPART's not fixed that, has it?
It's not a case of a chat, Mr Shoebridge. We're working very closely with IPART to look at the methodology and going forward. We have a process in place for the here and now to try and support councils in that regard with a special variation, and we're making that process as streamlined as possible to enable councils to access the support that they need. And we will continue to work. It's not just chats, Mr Shoebridge. We are definitely working with IPART to do as best as we can to ensure that councils are supported whilst ensuring we minimise the burden placed upon our state ratepayers.
Minister, would you be troubled that North Sydney Council spent heaven knows how much in ratepayers' funds, including briefing Brett Walker, Senior Counsel, to unsuccessfully try and defeat a complaint in NCAT about the inappropriate release of personal information for a North Sydney councillor?
Well, Mr Shoebridge, as you're aware, as a minister, I don't have any control over what decisions councils make.
Do you think it's a reasonable expenditure of ratepayers' money to brief... Let me finish the question and then you'll be able to answer it, Minister. Do you think it's a reasonable expenditure of North Sydney ratepayers' money to brief Brett Walker, Senior Counsel, with heaven knows what additional legal resources, in a proceeding in the New South Wales Civil and Administrative Tribunal to try and defend the unlawful disclosure of a councillor's personal information by the General Manager of the same council who authorised the briefing of Mr Walker? Do you think that's an appropriate use of ratepayers' money?
Well, I'm not going to speculate on whether a decision made by council is right or wrong. It's a decision for council. You know that there have now been... Do you know that there have now been multiple findings of privacy breaches by the council and the General Manager of North Sydney Council, inappropriately and unlawfully
disclosing the personal information of a councillor there? Are you aware of that?
Mr Shoebridge, again, these matters are matters for council. I'm not going to speculate on whether things are right or wrong in regards to the decision they're making.
Minister, when does it become a problem for you? It's not a problem when councillors get elected falsely disclosing they weren't property developers. It's not a problem when ratepayers get whacked with tens and tens of thousands of dollars to brief a senior council in an NCAT proceedings in a failed effort to defend breaches of personal information. When does it become a problem for you?
As I said before, Mr Shoebridge, these are matters for council.
So repeated pattern of appalling behaviour by North Sydney Council, including by their highly paid general manager, repeatedly breaching the personal information of councillor. The pattern of conduct isn't a matter for the Office of Local Government. It's just a matter for council. They can abuse ratepayers' funds, abuse their positions of authority, and monster their own councillors, and it's just a matter for council.
No, anyone is able to make a complaint and will investigate an allegation of misconduct. Well,
consider this a complaint.
Okay, considered.
Get parliamentarians to do it.
Well, we have budget estimates for.
Thank you. On that note, we'll go to questions again from Mr Mark Buttigieg.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I just want to take you to the hoary chestnut of mergers and the aftermath thereof, particularly in respect of the Central Coast Council. There was an independent review into the Central Coast Council's financial situation. Can you tell us where that's up to?
Yes, I have received the review and I'm doing my due diligence around the recommendations.
And what's the timeline for something coming out of that? Do we have one?
Obviously, I as I said, have received the report and I cannot give you a timeline at this point as to how long it will take to do my due diligence around the recommendations.
Do you think, Minister, that the ratepayers of the Central Coast deserve some answers given the higher rates, service cuts and massive redundancies they've been facing? A timely answer?
Well, absolutely, and I will be making sure that I am giving a timely answer with those considerations in place.
But you haven't been able to give me a timeline, so how can it be timely?
As I said, Mr Buttigieg, I am considering the recommendations.
Okay, can I take you to those 2016 forced amalgamations policy? Do you think, in retrospect, as the new minister, that was a success or a failure?
Look, I think there are some mergers that have been very successful.
And in terms of a macro sort of analysis of the whole thing, was it generally a success? Because obviously there's always going to be individual cases we can point to, but overall.
As I said, I think the merger policy, there has been successes. There have been some councils that have not successfully transitioned and they've been receiving a lot of support from government in regards to that. But, I can refer to a number of councils that have actually performed well and truly above expectations.
Okay, so in terms of the shortcomings, are there any processes or decisions regarding the mergers that you would change? I mean, I know you've only been relatively newly minted, but you must have started to form a view about this by now, surely. I presume you've had briefings on this and you've got a bit of a perspective on the shortcomings. If so, what are they?
I think, obviously, each individual council, has... I think they're all different on how they've performed, how they've managed the merger, and, I don't think there's one true issue that obviously they manage their own performance metrics, their own challenges, their own opportunities. And they need to address those as individual councils.
Okay, so let's just go to one of those metrics. Are you familiar with the metric known as OPR, which is the operating performance ratio?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that measures?
It measures their operational performance.
Yes, but those are a set of words which are relatively meaningless to a person listening in on this. What does it actually mean in a financial sense?
Well, I'm happy to defer to the Chief Executive in regards to what it exactly means.
Virtually their profit and loss.
Profit and loss. So it's a measure, would it be fair to say it's a measure of a surplus or a deficit in an operating income context?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
So in 2019 to 20, Minister, the council's operating performance ratio, this is this one we've just defined, ranged from negative 35.3% to positive 28.4%. And if you go through those OLG statistics, your department statistics, it shows that 8 of the top 20 worst performing councils, 8 of the top 20 in terms of operating performance ratio, were merged councils. Does that concern you, that almost half of those top 20 worst performers are merged councils?
Obviously, it does concern me, but what I'm suggesting to you, that each council has their own responsibilities in regards to how they manage the merger, and there are obviously issues on how they actually conducted the merge.
Sure, but you just said in your earlier evidence that you thought that there was some bright spots and that overall, you know, you didn't want to make a commentary on the overall success. I'm now putting to you that the statistics say that almost half of the 20 worst are merged councils, and you're telling me that the OLG doesn't have an oversight coordination role of how to deal with that and ameliorate it, or it's up to the individual councils to pull themselves out of the mess that was forced upon them? Is
I'm
that
not
your
saying
evidence?
that at all, Mr. Buttigieg. You're just putting words into my mouth.
Well, you tell me, Minister, this is why we've got you here. You put your interpretation on it.
Well, what you're saying is not right. That we have been supporting, and the Office of Local Government have been supporting councils to implement the merger. There are. When you say that there are councils that haven't been performing as well as expected, well, there are individual issues around those performances which are being addressed by the Office of Local Government, and I'm happy to ask the Chief Executive to expand on those issues.
So what we do, we focus on all councils, not just merged councils, all councils, which merged
But
councils
you
are.
forced some councils to merge.
We focus on
against their
councils.
will,
They
so-
are individual self-governing entities, and also many merged councils are still reporting to their communities the benefits of the mergers. We continually working with councils to guide how they measure their performance and how together we can provide the community and sector with more transparency about that particular performance. The government's also supporting councils financially and otherwise to be really high-performing entities. There has been, over the last 10 years, significant funding provided to councils to support their financial sustainability and governance delivery of infrastructure. So we certainly are looking at the performance of those councils. We are also measuring performance metrics, looking at the challenges and opportunities. We're also keeping community profiles. The Office of Local Government is also working with councils to improve the transparency of the performance through the Your Council website. The website really helps the community to understand the performance of their councils across a vast array of measures. And also you can immediately see important demographic information, average rates, performance against key financial benchmarks, asset management, staffing levels.
Well, with all due respect, Ms Dench, that's all well and good, but the ability of a ratepayer to jump on a website and trawl through financial statistics, it's not necessarily going to solve the problem.
It's the first step towards improving transparency. It is the first step.
Thank you. Can I just go back to the Minister? Minister, I imagine you would have heard from several councils since you've had your feet under the chair as the new Minister regarding some of the financial distress of these merged councils. Would that be correct? or have you had any dialogue with those councils?
Obviously, I have had dialogue with a number of councils that have been merged and some of the issues they are facing. And as a government, we're there to support them to get through those issues, and we will continue to do so.
Okay, so let's go through some of those 8 of the top 20. Hilltops, these are the OPRs, right? Hilltops in 1920, these are all 1920 statistics, negative 21.4%. Cootamundra Gundagai, negative 19.5. Central Coast, negative 15.9. Murray Rivers, negative 14.2. Snowy Valleys, negative 11.1. Federations, negative 10.4. Murrumbidgee's, negative 9.1. Georges River, negative 8.2. So when you say you've put in place measures to ameliorate that financial stress, can you outline some of those measures with respect to those 8 councils?
So obviously, having just become the minister, I'm aware that there was financial support given to every merged council to assist them in that merge process. Obviously, it's been a significant time since that process begun, and there have been varying reasons why some councils haven't performed or transitioned as liked, and those issues are being addressed by the Office of Local Government. We're supporting councils in how best we can. Obviously, their own decisions have to be made on how they realise the metrics that they need to, but rest assured that we are supporting them in the best way we can going forward.
But what's the tangible manifestation of that support? I'm hearing that you're supporting them, but how?
Well, I'm happy to pass over to the Office of Local Government, who will deal directly with councils in regards to the support that they're supplying.
Thanks, Minister. So I think, you're talking about financial performance primarily and the sustainability of councillors, and the Minister previously outlined a very proactive undertaking in terms of engaging with IPART about the long-term way that the rate peg is set, which is a primary tool to ensure that councils are sustainable. There is a plethora of other grants, funding and programs that support councils. And, with the new leadership team here, we're all very willing and keen to sit down with LGNSW and councils to hear from them what would be the most effective way of supporting them going forward.
On those grants, what assurances can you give that we will not see a repeat of $90 million of a fund intended to support merged councils through these very financial difficulties going to a council that in fact was not merged, being Hornsby? What assurances can you give that we will not see a repeat of that program that, as I'm sure you're aware, has been roundly criticised both by parliamentary inquiries and the Audit Office?
Yep. Is that directed to myself, the Minister?
Perhaps, Minister, if you want to answer.
Yeah.
What assurances can you give that we will not see a repeat of that?
Obviously, as a result of the Auditor-General's report and the concerns around the guidelines, the Premier has asked the department to review and to look at all funding streams and how they're managed. So I'm happy to pass to the Secretary to give us an update on where that is at.
That'd be useful. Just before he does that, Minister, though, do you accept, having been part of this conversation about some of the financial difficulties that some councils were under, that it was completely unacceptable that $90 million of a $250 million fund was given to a council that was not merged? Do you accept that that was completely unacceptable?
I am happy to accept the report from the Auditor-General in regards to those issues.
Mr Castle, what assurances can you give that the department is taking seriously ensuring it doesn't happen again?
Thank you for the question. As you know, that report came out in December 21 from the Auditor-General, and we're reviewing that and looking at how we create greater transparency and guidelines. Most of the feedback from that report was about providing that transparency, open decision making, and making sure the accountabilities for each of the key steps was available. We've also got a 2-phase review that's commenced inside the Department of Planning and Environment. The second phase of that commenced in February 22, and that's still ongoing. So the commitment I can give is there'll be full transparency on how we administer and hand out funds through any grant program.
And that commitment is applicable from now because, as you said, there's reviews going on, there's works in progress. There's I don't need to remind anyone here, there's an election in 12 months, and there's obviously concern that in the lead up to elections is when we see funds being allocated in a way that isn't consistent with community expectations. And so from right now, from today, even though it's still under review, you can give a commitment that there will be full transparency and proper process followed in relation to all grants.
So I can give a commitment under my leadership that we will be transparent in how we administer funds, and will administer those funds in accordance with the rules of those funds.
Can I ask on that question of the grants as part of the assistance and the integrity of the grants is obviously an important matter in terms of how it's handed out. Has there been any thought or conversations with Treasury about appropriation of funds to assist those merged councils who are drowning?
I've not had any discussions with Treasury on that fact.
Okay.
If that question was for me.
Minister?
No, I haven't had that discussion with the Treasurer as yet.
Okay. So again, another stat for you. All up, there's 13 merged councils who recorded negative operating performance ratios in 1920. I want to press you on this again, Minister. Do you think that, given those statistics, that this policy has been a failure?
No, because...
Wasn't it meant to save money for councils? And yet, if you've got negative operating performance ratios, it's actually costing them money.
And in fact, I think there's another 10 that actually have saved money for their communities, Mr Buttigieg, and I take on notice your issues around the ones that haven't performed, and I, as the new minister, will be doing what I can to support them, to get them on the right track, to ensure that they will meet the expectations of their community.
Does that include supporting them where there is clear community will to demerge?
So obviously there is a legislative process in regards to demerger, and that will be followed. Obviously councils have to make a decision on whether they wish to demerge, and if they do, they will give me a business case which I will forward on to the Boundaries Commission to consider.
Can I just ask...
To be clear, that happened in relation to Snowy Valleys,
yes.
And the Commission said, yeah, I mean, they should be allowed to demerge, and the former minister said no. So do you give a commitment to actually follow the recommendations of the Boundary Commission? I mean, it's fine to have that process, but at the end of the day, you've got to make a decision. Are you going to follow those recommendations? Is that the commitment you can give today?
Well, I can't give that commitment until I see what the recommendations are, and I see what the report, the IPART, have given me to assess. So I will look at each individual matter before me and do my due diligence around it, and will then make a decision around those recommendations.
Minister, that in relation to Snowy Valleys, all of that work has already been done, and the recommendation has been given to allow them to proceed to a demerger. And the former minister rejected that recommendation after all that work. Will you review that decision? Will you look at it again? Look at all that information again, and maybe come to a different conclusion and actually accept? In response to my question, you said there's a process. That process was followed. It made a recommendation. The recommendation was rejected by the former minister. Will you accept it?
So the Boundaries Commission will review the business case put forward by each individual council, and that review will be forwarded to me, and recommendations will be made, which I will assess. I'm not going to speculate on what or what I will do until I have seen the report and the review that's been given to me.
So you don't.
I'm not going to speculate at all.
I'm asking you, will you look again at
Clearly, that's
Snowy
my
Valleys?
role to look. There's a process that is in place.
So you're going to ask them to go back to step one. They've done all that work. Will you look
There is
again?
a process in place. There was a decision made by the former minister. There is a process in place that will be considered.
So, Minister, you mentioned a business case, that councils could put forward a business case if they believe there was a case for a demerger. Has there been any follow-up correspondence or guides to councils as to how they would put in that submission?
I'll refer that to the Chief Executive.
No, there hasn't.
So how are councils supposed to put in a submission or a business case if they're not sure what the guidelines are? Minister?
I refer to the Chief Executive.
Yeah, there's no provisions under the Act in regards to guidelines, in regards to demergers at this stage.
Okay, so they've just got to put their best foot forward and, hope for the best. All right.
Make a business case proposal, and the Boundaries Commission is the one that reviews it.
Can I take you to, Minister, the IPART report into the mergers for Young and Burrawa, with an analysis showing that a three-way merger with Harden would improve the operating performance ratio from negative 3.7% in 2014-15 to positive 6.5% by 2019-20. Data provided by the OLG showed Hilltop's OPR in 1920 was negative 21.4%, the third worst in the state. What do you make of that?
Well, clearly the transition hasn't been as successful as touted, and there are obviously reasons for that. Each individual councillor, of course, is responsible for that transition. And obviously, as the local government minister, will be, trying to assist those councils. I know that there are councils are making decisions to try to correct those concerns, and we will continue to support in any way we can.
Thank you. We'll now move to questions from the Crossbench. Ms Abigail Boyd.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Almost morning, but not. Congratulations on your recent appointment. I wanted to just ask you a few questions about council pounds and shelters. As you likely know, there's been a lot of focus on this in the past little while, with a bill being passed the week before last. I can't know, was it last week? It was last week, in relation to the rehoming of animals instead of killing them after the terrible shootings that we saw in Burke. Can you tell me, are you actively involved in the updating of the Code of Practice for pounds?
As a minister, I'll pass that on to the Chief Executive in regards to what's going on with regards to pounds.
Thank you.
No, in regards, that's the Minister for Agriculture.
On pounds?
Oh, sorry, no, my apologies.
That's all right.
Oh, I'm sorry, my apologies. No, yes, we are.
You are. And I'll just remind you, last time I was just looking at my phone to look at the transcript of the last estimates. Minister Hancock at the time said that she has a companion animals reference group who was looking actively at it. I sort of want to know whether that's continuing.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Okay. And is that working alongside the Minister of Agriculture in terms of updating the... Updating POTCA. So when would we be looking then at seeing an exposure draft of that new Code of Practice for pounds?
I need to take that on
Thank you. I understand that being killed in a pound or shelter is still the leading cause of death for companion animals in New South Wales, which is pretty shocking. In addition to the focus on reducing the number of animals being killed in pounds and shelters, there has been an increasing focus on the lack of accountability and transparency of what is happening to animals in those pounds. As a separate matter from the Code of Practice, will you be regulating or looking to regulate councils more effectively on the information that they provide in relation to what's going on in those pounds?
Well, obviously the amendment bill put forward, the responsibilities for council to ensure that records are kept up to date, which is a great outcome. We'll be continuing to, obviously with the review taking place, we'll be continuing to provide better outcomes, and I'll be looking forward to seeing what the review puts forward as recommendations, and we'll be working towards ensuring that those better outcomes are achieved.
In relation to the Companion Animals Act, for which you are responsible, at the moment companion animals are only cats and dogs, whereas many pounds and shelters are actually taking animals such as birds and other sort of companion animals and pets. Will you be looking at extending out that responsibility under the Companion Animals Act?
Look, again, obviously there's a review into that, and I'm more than happy to take on any further suggestions on what that covers, and happy to encourage anyone to make a submission in regards to that review.
How are council pounds and animal shelters being supported during the current floods?
Yes, thank you for that question. Obviously, it is extremely concerning, obviously, with the disaster and the impact that it is having on animals. DPI, LLS and other partner agencies, Animal Welfare League, RSPCA, are responding jointly to the flood emergency impacting the New South Wales coast. So far, we've had 334 requests for assistance. 24% are complete, 76 are in progress. With the evacuation centres and the recovery centres, there are a number of centres that are caring for animals that have been displaced and assisting with either their rehoming or finding their owners. It is a significant response. It is tragic what's happening, but we are doing all we can. I know that the Minister for Agriculture and responsible for these issues has been up on the ground, and he's doing all he can to ensure that the animal welfare issues are addressed as a priority. And obviously, as we go through this disaster, how we can best support and further support those issues will be addressed as we address the
So
disaster.
I guess there's sort of two aspects in here. There's the immediate response to the floods, but then there's also what is anticipated to be a long-term increase in demand on council pounds as people are displaced, they're not in their permanent homes, and they're not able to look after their cats and dogs and birds and mice and everything else.
Rats.
Rats. Love rats. Are there plans to provide greater funding to those council pounds in this time of need?
And yes, obviously, in response to that, assessments need to be made on how best as a government we can support councils in that regard, and we will continue to make that assessment and put forward any funding bids that are necessary to achieve the outcomes that we need.
Are there plans to fund, I guess, to isolate some funding for the pounds as opposed to generalised council funding, given that we know that often, and given the state of many of these pounds at the moment, it's often a neglected part of council operations?
Yeah, obviously I'm in discussions with Minister Saunders in regards to these issues, and we will continue to work through and best support as we can.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, a couple of questions from Mr. Mark Pearson.
Just a question. Have any animals in pounds perished during these floods? Do we know?
I am not absolutely certain. That is obviously a question that I can take on notice and ask Minister Saunders of any updates in regards to that.
Okay,
Clearly, it's devastating what's happened, and we're trying to do all we can to ensure that animal welfare is a priority.
So my understanding is that most have been able to be evacuated, but I'm sure we'll be looking at all these issues afterwards with the review as to evacuation protocols. I don't have another question.
Okay, what we'll do is we'll just go now to questions from the opposition and just divide the remaining time between opposition and the crossbench.
Thank you, Chair.
Because she's out.
Minister, I just want to go back to that that three-way merger that I don't want to put words into your mouth, but you admitted wasn't a great success in terms of the the outcomes of OPR. Given those figures, and you push for this as mayor, do you think it's been a failure?
No, again, I repeat myself. I think I've done it twice now, that it is not a failure.
But you just, I thought in your previous evidence you said that those figures weren't great and we needed
Well,
to...
clearly there has been issues on individual councils that haven't met their metrics, and those issues need to be addressed by those individual councils, and I will do what I can to assist them to be able to maintain financial sustainability.
Talking about three specific councils here which were merged, and the metric by which we measure them is the OPR. We got a bad OPR, and you're conceding, I think, that's a given, but you won't say that it's problematic, like it's a failure.
I'm not saying that it's a failure. If you're referring to Hilltops in particular...
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to.
Yep. Obviously, since the administrator finished, which was myself,
yes,
there was a report tabled as the administrator, and I can tell you now that report showed that things were on track in regards to transition. Since that happened, I think there's been 5-6 general managers appointed to that particular council, which obviously is not fantastic, but that is a matter for the individual council in regards to how they appoint their general manager. I know that Hilltops Council are addressing those issues. They clearly a transition plan wasn't followed, and they're now addressing the issues that were obviously quite particular to how that transition was managed. So each individual councillor needs to address those issues pertinent to their own responsibilities.
Minister, you're in a unique position here because you are the mayor of Burrawa and then the administrator of Hilltops. Young and Burrawa have been dragged backwards, and now Harden, which was a fit for the future council, identified as such, has been dragged backwards as well. And you're saying it's up to the councils to dig themselves out of this mess. What do you say to the people of Harden, who have probably suffered most out of all this?
There was an agreement with the three councils that was the best way to go forward.
So Harden agreed to merge, did they?
Originally they did, and then at the 12th hour they pulled out and they wanted to merge with Cootamundra Gundagai.
So presumably that decision was based on their final analysis.
I'm not sure why they made that decision. That's a matter for them. Okay,
so you were a councillor at the former Burrawa Council for just over 12 years, 9 of those years as mayor from 07 to 18. Then in May 2016, as we've said, you became the administrator of the new Hilltops Council, which was a result of a merger of Young, Burrawa and Harden. Did it occur to you at the time that might be a conflict of interest, being the mayor of one council area and then becoming the administrator of the subsequently forcibly merged 3?
No, I was appointed by the government to do the role of the administrator.
No, I understand you're appointed by the government, but if you're a mayor for a particular LGA with particular sectional interests, then presiding over a forcibly merged troika against the wishes of one of those LGAs, did that not occur to you to be a conflict?
No.
Right, okay.
What conflict?
Did you encounter any resentment from the residents?
Why would it be a conflict?
Well, simply because you'd be advocating, presumably some of your advocacy would be for the old council area that you were presided over as mayor.
Well, are you questioning my integrity, Mr. Buddy?
No.
Chair, I'll take a point of order here.
Okay, point of order has been taken.
Genuinely, and it goes to terms of reference of budget estimates. This has nothing to do with the minister's role as Minister for Local Government. It actually goes into the history of what the Minister did in a past life, so to speak.
Is this a serious point of order? We have
It
a
is, as I
Minister
said,
for Local
Jim.
Government who was the ex-administrator and mayor, and
I've heard
the
the point of order, and I can rule on it. Budget estimates is the time and the space for members to ask questions that are reasonably broad within the minister's work, within her history. I will allow the question. That's where the member was going.
So, Minister, to the conflict or the perceived conflict, did you encounter any resentment from the residents of or former councillors in Harden and Young following your appointment?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, so you didn't get any feedback about the fact that you were the administrator for those three councils?
I'm sure there must have been social commentary on Facebook, but none directly, no.
Okay.
That I can recall.
Okay. You were on the record of opposing a two-way merger between Young and Burrawa, but were supportive of a three-way merger between Young, Burrawa and Harden. Can you just outline why that was the case?
Well, clearly it was in regard to the fact that three councils had been working together previously. It was obviously a better result to have the three together than the two, and my community did not support having just a merger with Young and Burrawa.
So in a Twin Times article on 28th of January 16, it was very clear that the councillors and residents of Harden opposed the merger with Young and Burrawa, but you persisted in that advocacy. Was there an overarching reason as to why you wouldn't have gone just down the duo merger?
So obviously there was consultation with the community at Burrawa, and that was the outcome that they wanted. So obviously, as the mayor of Burrawa at the time, that's the outcome that I focused on.
There was a comment from the Harden mayor at the time, Horton. We are fighting for the future of Harden when referring to his opposition to the merger. So that's an obvious piece of feedback from the mayor of that council about the negative impacts. What were your reactions to that?
Well, that's a matter for the mayor to say that. You'd probably have to ask him.
Yeah. You knew better.
No, what I'm saying to you is that as a mayor, you represent your community. And my community suggested that the merger of the three councils was a better outcome than the two.
So, back to the...
I'm not sure how this is relevant to...
Well, it's relevant because we've got a merged council which is not performing well, as I outlined in the OPRs. You're now the Minister for Local Government, so I would have thought it was incumbent on you to do something about a forced merger that was foisted on Harden to try and fix up the mess that they're in, to be blunt.
As the Minister for Local Government, we are doing what we can to support each and every council across the state to meet their sustainability milestones, and I will continue to do that.
But
I know that Hilltops Council are working on their financial sustainability as we speak.
But isn't this emblematic, Minister, of a number of LGAs which were forcibly merged, whereby one council, which is ostensibly financially fit, is deemed to have to bail out other councils who weren't performing well? This is the core of the problem, isn't it? Would you be prepared to admit that is an issue?
No, I think you have to look at each individual council merger and not as a whole. Obviously, there are different circumstances surrounding the merger process, and it's all a matter for each individual councils.
Well, but it's not, isn't it? What
it is now.
What does it mean to be the Minister for Local Government if you can't do anything to influence the sector?
You're suggesting I'm not doing anything.
Well, no, but you just said it's a matter for each individual council.
Obviously, they ostensibly they're in charge of their financial budgets and how they run the councils. I, as a minister, have my department support them in that.
Yes, but Minister, here's the thing. You've got an electorate, the electorate of Harden, the electorate of Burwa, the
It's a
electorate
local
of Young.
government area,
Yes, it's an electorate which elects councillors to represent them.
correct?
Against their will, by government edict, they're forced together. This causes a negative financial impact which they had no say over via that transmission of democracy, and you as the local government minister say it's up to them to sort their mess out, which we created. That's your evidence.
I'm saying that we're there to support them, to assist them in making that merger a success, and we will continue to do that.
Can I ask you, Minister, was the Premier made aware of this history regarding your administration of those councils before he appointed you to the role?
I'm absolutely certain he was aware of that.
Okay. In mid-2017, your time as an administrator as Hilltops Council came to an end. Do you think you left the council in a better state than it was when it was first merged?
I understand as a councillor, that it's been challenging, the merger, and for specific reasons. There's been challenges as the council was elected in 2017. There's no doubt that it has been challenging, but I, as the administrator, left the council in a very good state. I had a transition plan in place to ensure that the transition was there for council to operate.
Notwithstanding the negative OPR.
Order. That's your last question, Mr. Buttigieg.
Just let her finish.
You're done?
Yes.
Okay. We'll go to questions on the crossbench now. Mr. David Shoebridge, you've got the rest of the time.
All right, thanks, Chair. Minister, when your predecessor rejected the demerger proposal for Gundagai Cootamundra, first of all, you recall when the previous minister rejected the demerger proposal?
Correct.
The minister then referred a review of the entire amalgamation process at the Boundaries Commission for a review. Can you give me an update on the review?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'm happy to ask the DepSec to report on that review.
Yep, happy to, Minister. There was a review previously committed to, as you know, and the Minister has recently appointed Dr. Juliette Lucy, who is a practising barrister, to conduct the review. We are expecting an initial draft report in mid to late 2022.
Sorry, the announcement of the review was in July of 2021.
Yeah.
When was Ms. Lucy referred the review?
The Minister made that decision coming in. I can't speak to the past. You know, we've been through a cabinet reshuffle, changes of leadership, and one of the Minister's first actions was to appoint Juliette Lucy. Sorry.
No.
Not Judith Lucy.
Not Judith.
No, not Judith.
Although it would make for a great
I
review.
would support a co-team if that's what you're thinking, Minister. Get them both on the job, and I'd love to read the report.
Hilarious.
No, but when did you appoint Ms. Lucy?
It was last,
Very recently.
very
in the last
recently.
2
I can't
weeks.
give you the exact date, Mr.
End
Shoebridge,
of
but
February, Mr. Shoebridge.
End of February.
Yeah.
And well done, Minister. I'm glad to see that happening. Was it at all explained to you why the announcement was made in July, but nothing had been done for 7 months?
certainly I asked the question as to the purpose of the review, and I was given the terms of reference in regard to that, and I didn't get a succinct answer, but I'm happy to ask the Chief Executive now why there's been delays.
I only came on board in October last year, Mr. Shoebridge, and it was one of the first things that I was tasked to look at, getting somebody on board, and definitely with the change in the leadership, we've done it as quick as possible as we can to find an appropriate barrister to assist with that particular review.
It can't seriously have taken 5 months to find a barrister.
Mr.
They're just down there. There's a whole bunch of them. Just over there.
Yeah.
Mr Shoebridge, there was
1,700 of them.
There was a couple of false starts with a couple of barristers
Dime a
that we were
dozen.
talking to in relation to the review, and we've now found Juliette Lucy, who is quite well versed in this area, and she has been engaged in February. The terms of reference were reviewed by the department, and it has been put in place.
And can you table the terms of reference?
Yes, we can. I'll certainly take that on.
If possible, if you could table them today.
We'll get it for you, Mr Shoebridge.
And is there a time frame on the terms of reference? Is there a reporting date?
Yes, there is a time frame.
What's the reporting date?
It'll be It'll be July this year.
All right. And will you commit, Minister, to making that report public when you receive it?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. Within how long of receiving it? And I say this, Minister, I'm not reflecting upon you. You've only just got in the job. But the minister before you, the minister before the minister before you, was known to have an inbox which was an occupational health hazard. And sometimes things took 3 years to find themselves published. So
Well, I can guarantee it won't take 3 years.
Well, that's cold comfort. Can you commit to publishing it within a month of receiving it? I accept you might need to read it.
Yeah,
form a
obviously
position,
I have
but
to
within a
do
month
my
of
due
receiving it.
diligence, but I will make every effort to do it as quickly as possible.
And would that be within a month?
Well, let's hope so, yes.
All right. Minister, you would be aware that at the recent election, local government election, a proposal was passed by a significant majority of residents in the Inner West to support the demerger of the Inner West Council.
Yes.
What has the Office of Local Government done to assist the Inner West Council in implementing that resolution?
So I have met with the Inner West Council in regards to what they're proposing to do, and they're currently working on their business case.
Who did you meet with at the Inner West Council?
I met with the Mayor and the General Manager.
When was that?
Last week, or this week. What day is it today? Wednesday? I think it was actually...
No, it's not, but that's okay. Because we're all in that sort of post-COVID flooding blur. No one's going to hold you to that.
It's Tuesday.
No one's going to hold you to that, Minister. We're all in the same blur.
Sorry, it was last week that I met with them.
Okay, last Tuesday?
Yes, last Tuesday.
All right. We've all made that mistake in the last 2 years.
Sorry, there's a lot going on at the moment, Mr. Shoebridge.
It's really okay.
And I'm doing my best to get around to each council that has requested a meeting with me, and once they're done, I'll be meeting with every council.
And what did the Mayor and General Manager indicate about the time frame for the Inner West Council and their process?
They didn't indicate a time frame, just that they were working on that business case.
All right. And the intention was to present a business case under those new provisions in the Local Government
Correct.
Act. Did you ask about a time frame?
Trying to remember, I don't think I did, no.
If there is a demerger recommendation, which you're required to implement, will the state government commit to some financial assistance to unwind what was obviously a grossly unpopular amalgamation proposal?
I think that's actually in the legislation now, Mr. Shoebridge.
You accept that there's a requirement to fund it?
If the Minister accepts the proposal, there is a requirement to fund it.
Minister, if the de-amalgamation proposal has been accepted by a majority of residents and then is supported by a business case from the council, would you commit to supporting it?
Well, I'm not going to make any commitment at this stage until I have received the report from the Boundaries Commission.
And is this going to be, given that you won't have the review done about the Boundaries Commission until July, how can we be confident that the processes in the Boundaries Commission will do anything better than the previous recommendations, which the previous minister rejected?
The Boundaries Commission will continue to operate as is, despite the review being upheld. So I will await the report from the Boundaries Commission and make my and find out what they're recommending, basically.
But the previous minister rejected proposals that came out of the Boundaries Commission. I assume that's in part what led to the review.
The terms of reference are obviously outlined for the reasons of the review, and that will obviously go to support the Boundaries Commission in their review around the business case.
Minister, finally, you would know that councils across the state are furious with the government's proposed changes on developer contributions and strongly oppose the bill that the government introduced in that regard. You'd be aware of that?
Yes.
Is that bill dead, dusted, buried?
Well, that's a matter for the Minister for Planning. Obviously, I'm happy to defer to the Secretary, who obviously is in charge of that department.
Cool. Secretary, is that bill dead, buried, never to be resurrected, or is it going to come back like a zombie at some point?
That's a matter for the minister. What I know at this point in time is he extended the consultation to the end of March, I believe, for councils to put submissions through, and then that's a matter for him to consider.
Well, Secretary, you know that it's loathed by the entire local government sector, don't you? There's not a single council that would go anywhere near it with a barge pole or whatever it is you take to fight off zombies.
I'm not sure what you take to fight off zombies. No, I'm not aware that it's rejected by all councils. I'm aware we're open for consultation, and we've received feedback from some councils to say that they're unhappy with it. I'm also aware that under the previous minister, there was a commitment made that no council would be worse off. But the minister's right. That's really a question for budget estimates on Friday.
Are you aware of a single council that supports the proposal?
I haven't spoken to all councils.
Are you aware of a single council of those you've spoken to that supports the proposal? And if so, name them.
No, I'm not aware. I've not gone out and spoke to each of the individual councils. As I said,
No, but you have spoken to councils, and I'm asking you not about every council. I'm asking about the ones you've spoken to, and that's a very different answer, and it's a simple question to answer. Has a single council that you've spoken to about this supported the proposal on infrastructure?
It's time, isn't it?
No.
It'll happen. Okay. Thank you. At that, I'll just check if government members have any questions for the remaining 15 minutes.
Yes.
Yeah. Mr. Martin.
Yes, it's not an extensive list, but Minister, congratulations on your appointment. It's certainly a
very
great
pleased about that.
responsibility. Is there anything that's been covered today? There have been a whole lot of issues that have been covered this morning. Is there anything in particular that you would like to go back to and revisit?
Look, I just wanted to particularly raise my concerns on some of the issues that were raised by you, Mr. Buttigieg and Mr. Shoebridge, in regards to property developers and real estate, and encourage anyone that has any information in regards to those issues, whether there is any suggestion of corruption, of any criminal acts in regards to purporting to sign declarations that are not true, that they certainly make sure that they're making the relevant bodies aware of those matters to ensure that due process is underway.
But Minister, you can't tell us who the relevant...
Mr. Shoebridge, order. No.
Throw it in the air.
No, order. That is out of line. You know it. Let's go back to Mr. Martin.
Sorry.
Right.
At the end of the day, it needs to be reported as soon as possible, not just waiting for an estimates committee to be able to produce those documents. And that's what I'm just saying. And the other thing, I just want to assure you that as a government, we are doing our utmost to support the communities that have been devastated by flood. We, as a government, are very aware of the challenges by facing not only councils but individuals, and we are doing, and every minister in this government is working around the clock to identify what the issues are and to support in the best way we can, whether it's communities, individuals or animals. We are doing what we can day in, day out, and the Premier is committed to ensuring that that funding is hitting the necessary parts of all communities across this state. And there are plenty of areas that are facing trauma, and I just wanted to reassure the community and to you here present that we are doing our utmost to ensure that we are serving the community as best we can and supporting them through this terrible, terrible disaster.
Thank you, Minister. And would I be able to just make the same offer of any of the witnesses if there's any issues that were covered that you'd like to touch on? No?
No. Mainly to reiterate that we would like to accept any information that if there's an allegation of misconduct to bring that forward as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. On that note, thank you, Minister, for appearing. We'll come back in the afternoon with the officials and we'll see you all at 2 o'clock. Thank you. We'll break for lunch.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks.
Ready? Okay. Excellent. Welcome back. We'll commence our next round of questioning for the afternoon's session, starting with the opposition, Ms Rose Jackson.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone, for coming back. I'm obviously going to sort of traverse a range of areas. I'll try not to jump around too much, but we'll see how we go. And is it preferred if I direct questions through you, Mr Castle, and then you sort of...
I'm fine for you to ask.
Well, look, just let me know if it sort of needs to go somewhere else. Look, I might start off with the local government elections and the issues with iVote. So just from the department's point of view, or from the Office of Local Government's point of view, have you been briefed about what occurred with the sort of crash of iVote in the December elections last year?
Yep, I can take that. We're certainly aware of the issues with iVote. Again, it's a matter for the Electoral Commissioner, and that matter is at hand, but we are aware that there were issues with iVote.
Yeah, I mean, that's right. I mean, they're in the Supreme Court. So you've been briefed in relation to that by the Electoral Commissioner, is that correct?
I'm aware that there were issues. I haven't had a formal briefing from the Electoral Commissioner, no.
Perhaps, so feel free to sort of jump in.
Yeah, that's fine. Yes, we had a briefing the day after it occurred from the Electoral Commissioner.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and I mean, as part of that briefing, what were you sort of told was the cause of the issue?
That there was a large traffic amount of people trying to access the platform at one time, and it wasn't able to, it wasn't stable to be able to take that amount of traffic through.
Obviously, so just to be clear, in terms of resolving that issue going forward, that's strictly within the remit of the Electoral Commissioner. Is that who is responsible
That's
for
correct.
sort of ensuring that that doesn't happen again, obviously? Yeah.
Questions about the iVote system really are a matter for the Department of Premier and Cabinet.
Yeah. And just to be clear, in the lead up to the elections, you know, had you been engaging at all with the Commission in relation to those matters, or that was sort of we had
discussions with the Commissioner in that regard. We had regular meetings and briefings with the Electoral Commissioner.
And you presumably received assurances that everything was in hand?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep. Actually, on the day of the election, I was quite in contact with the Commissioner quite frequently because of the COVID issue. We were extremely concerned as to how that was being implemented. So, yes, we had regular contact through the day as well.
So now, obviously, we do have the situation where the Electoral Commission is in the Supreme Court in relation to some of those results. Is the Office for Local Government, or the department, playing any role in relation to that legal matter?
No, we're not a party to the proceedings before the Supreme Court, no.
If it is the case that elections need to be reconducted, who's going to fund the cost of those rerun elections in those areas, if that is the eventuality?
The Electoral Commissioner has identified that the costs will be covered in the funding that he has in the budget.
From the Electoral Commission's budget, yeah. And just finally, have you sort of sought any reassurances from the Electoral Commissioner or others that people who were unable to vote will not be fined?
That's my understanding. That is what the Electoral Commissioner was... yes, that's my understanding.
Yeah, okay. And just in terms of, the sort of the conduct of the elections overall, obviously the issues with iVote, the matters in relation to the COVID procedures, the fact that some councils use the Electoral Commission, a couple of councils use private operators. I mean, what process does the Office for Local Government have? Any process in terms of debriefing, lessons learnt, to facilitate a process where councils share knowledge, share experiences, identify improvements for next time?
There will be opportunities for that to happen.
And is that run by the Electoral Commission or the Office for Local Government?
The Electoral Commission.
Right, okay. And, you will play a role promoting that to councils?
Yes, we will.
In terms of, encouraging participation? Is that something that you would take
Definitely.
a role in?
In the Office of Local Government, we have a section of our community engagement managers, our council engagement managers, who are quite frequently involved and supporting councils, and those issues are fed back through our engagement managers. Yes.
Okay. I might just ask a couple of follow-up questions in relation to some of the questions that I was asking about pounds this morning. So just on the review of the animal rehoming practices, so that is to commence soon, I think was the imminently, commence in the near future. Yep.
Correct.
Yep. And as part of that, I mean, can you just give me do you have available any additional information about how that review will be conducted, what stakeholders will be invited to participate, how that stakeholder participation will occur, those sorts of matters?
We have a responsible pet ownership group that we are consulting with, and also the terms of reference of that have been consulted with that group as well, and there will be wide consultation in regards to the study.
And what was the time frame for the completion of that review?
By October this year, we are aiming for it to be completed by this year.
Obviously, in relation to the amendments that were recently passed, in relation to council pounds and sort of the euthanasing animals, the recent legislative process, other states provide funding to sort of groups other than the RSPCA and the Animal Welfare League to assist with rehoming. Is that something that has been considered in New South Wales?
I'll need to take that on notice.
I think if I could just add to that question, I think this review is an opportunity to hear from the community about their expectations around that. I would note that the pet registry funding is cycled back to councils to assist in their management of pounds, but the review is an excellent opportunity for people to bring forward ideas and suggestions for improving practice.
Are you aware of any funding that has been made available to councils to improve or upgrade pounds? Is that something that has been made available in the past?
As I mentioned, the pet registry fund cycles back to councils, and we can provide the details of the amounts. This review is an excellent opportunity to look at all options to enhance the way that, not only the way that pounds are managed, but rehoming practice.
I mean, perhaps you may need to take this element on notice as well, but I'm also interested in any funding that has been made available for desexing programs. Is that something that you're able to provide now? Perhaps you might need to take it on notice. I'm obviously interested. I mean, I appreciate the reviews occurring, but I'm obviously interested in what programs are available now to support councils to pursue initiatives other than euthanasing the animals.
Yeah, I think we can take that on notice, but there are incentives in place to encourage pet owners to have their animals desexed.
Yep.
But we'll take on notice the question about whether there's specific funding for programs.
Okay.
I could add
yes.
I could add to that if, in regards. I could give you some figures in regards to what was received in 2021 in regards to the registration fees and how that's. Sure. So in 2021 we received 10,239,970 in companion animal registration fees, of which 8,191,976. Which is 80% of that, was returned to local councils to assist with companion animal management, including maintenance of their pounds. The remaining 20%, which is 2,047,994, was used by OLG to fund the operation of the pet registry and also to provide online and in-school education opportunities as well.
Okay, thank you. That's useful. I might move on to just a couple more questions about some of the issues that we touched on this morning for the sort of impact of flood and the floods. I think, we had information about I think it was $1 million that has been made available sort of specifically more recently for the 45 councils. I wondered, has there been any support available to councils for sort of flood mitigation work prior to, obviously, an emergency situation? So this is, for a number of these local government areas, Lismore specifically, this is not the first time that they have had a major flooding event. In fact, there was one quite recently. So I'm just interested in what support has been made available outside of a natural disaster to help them prepare for this sort of thing.
I think both Sharon and I can make some comments on this.
Yeah. I can talk a little bit about the floodplain management programme, which is primarily under the portfolio of Minister Griffin. Okay. So I can certainly get you more details on that, but it's roughly about between $10 and $11 million per annum given to councils to assist with flood mitigation works and flood planning and flood risk planning.
And that is, presumably that's not per council, Ms.
No, it's not. No, statewide.
In terms of accessing that money, what do councils need to do if they're interested in accessing some of that funding?
Yeah, so it's an annual grants programme, so I think it is probably going to be announced. I'll double check this. I think it might be sort of mid-year it's usually announced, and councils apply, and we've got regional staff in each of the sort of coastal branches in my team who assist councils providing technical advice around those grants. But it's Minister Griffin's portfolio, not Minister Tuckerman's. Yeah.
And you may need to take this on notice, but just say, for example, in terms of last year's grant round, do you have information as to how many councils submitted applications?
Not with me, because, as I said, it's part of Minister Griffin's portfolio. Probably would have had that information with me last Tuesday.
Apologies,
but I can certainly,
it is hard for us because we look at grants programs for local government and we think that's a local government matter. It's not deliberate on our part. It's just
that's perfectly fine. But I can certainly get that information for you. And just a correction, thank you to my colleague behind me. So the grant round is currently open now and closes on April 7th.
Right, okay. But it has, that's just this year.
That's just this year, and there would have been grants announced earlier this year or late last year from sort of the previous year.
It would be useful to know what applications were made and also obviously what were successful, what projects were funded.
I don't mean to be rude, but can I just suggest that you direct them to the environment portfolio?
Yeah. Yes, I mean, as I just mentioned, it is not a deliberate effort on our part to ask questions for which people are unprepared, but it is challenging when you can't ask questions at a local government estimates about a local government grant program.
Yeah, and that's okay because that's one of my team's responsibility for Minister Griffin, and we're all in the one department together. So I'm happy to redirect, as Ms Cusack said, redirect that if you want to redirect that to the Minister for the Environment.
Yeah, I do think it's unfair without the Minister here responsible that we delve into his portfolio. We are here for local government, and I don't want to create any expectations that we'll branch into other ministers' portfolios.
Okay, well,
there's no expectation that you need to. Just to be clear.
I do understand.
If you can't answer a question, you can't answer a question. You can also take questions on notice, of course, if there is something that you think you can take on notice. But if it's not within your portfolio, just say so. And next question.
So, just in terms of the Office for Local Government and the silo that we are in today, because of course we couldn't possibly go into another silo. In the silo that we're in today, what work is done, if any, to encourage or engage or support councils to, say, access programs, even if they are funded outside? So, the promotion of them, assisting them to get their submissions ready, ensuring that they're ticking the right boxes. Is that anything that
Yes, as I was saying before, our engagement managers are very closely linked to councils. They are engaged with the GMs there. As grant opportunities arise, we do send out circulars. We send out all council emails. We have an all council email list that we send out opportunities that arise. We raise awareness all the time. We're in constant contact also with Local Government New South Wales, local government professionals also who have who help to disseminate. We work very closely together to ensure that information is disseminated out to all our councils. I have regular contact with GMs directly as well, and discussions in different forums that we have. Conferences I go to, definitely as things arise, we certainly do network, we certainly do liaise and work very closely together to disseminate information. We're also, one thing I'm very proud of that the Office of Local Government is doing at the moment, that's a series of 12 weeks webinar series called Hit the Ground Running for our newly elected and returning councillors. Every Saturday for 12 weeks, we are engaging for 2 hours online with councillors to look at specific issues and also raising the profile of OLG that you can connect with us, and we will certainly be helping with dissemination of information and helping to build capacity and capability.
So, say, for example, as I said, local government areas where they are flood prone or perhaps fire prone as well, and they're looking to do more to, shore up their resilience, to mitigate potential future impacts. Are there any programs that the Office for Local Government runs where they can sort of put their hand up and say, hey, we're keen to do more for our community to, mitigate these potential impacts to which we know we're exposed? Is there any capacity for them to proactively reach out to government and receive direction and support in that area?
I think this goes to the role of OLG as a conduit of advocacy and a conduit of advice to and fro within the rest of government. So we have open dialogue with LGNSW, GMs, councils. If we're hearing that there's demand for certain things, we will brief the Minister to have those discussions with her colleagues, and vice versa. As Ali described, we put out circulars to inform councils about government decisions.
Can I just ask a quick follow-up to that? Because this goes to the earlier subject that was raised this morning in terms of process improvement in the wake of the the grants debacle last year. Am I right in saying that this is still largely a reactive program as opposed to proactive? In other words, I would have thought that in the wake of what happened, there would be a lens put over who needs what, when and how much based on, as my colleague said, the need, particularly in times of crisis like this. So that the OLG doesn't do an analysis on that and go, well, these people are suffering disproportionately more, let's reach out to them and tell them that there's help on offer.
So, Madam Chair, I'm sorry, but it's been said many times that the floodplain management program is in the environment portfolio. They really have tried many times to refer these questions to that portfolio.
I'm not sure if that was a point of order, but that question was a very general question about reach out from the department to areas that are prone to natural disasters, which I don't
could be floods, could be
management. The department don't manage those programs.
To the point of order, the member was asking a question. It's up to, I have advised witnesses how they can answer questions if it's not within their remit, so I'll leave the witnesses to answer the question.
I think we just did answer it in terms of explaining the role of OLG and listening to what the sector needs and reporting that back across government and vice versa.
No, but I'm just trying to understand if I interpret it properly. It's it's up to the councils to reach out to the OLG, who then provide support, rather than the other way around.
Oh, no.
Two ways.
It's two ways. That's what I was saying about our engagement managers. It's a whole team that reaches out, connects with councils, networks, not only just our engagement team, but other offices within OLG also are networking all the time. we're very closely liaised with Resilience New South Wales. We closely liaise with other agencies to send out information, be aware of what's going on.
So does anyone do
Connecting and linking.
an overall analysis of a needs-based program of grant funding? Like, does anyone do a test desktop analysis of, okay, this LGA is in greater need because of X, Y, Z? Does that happen, or is it just kind of haphazard?
In that way.
Okay.
Not in the way that you just described.
No, that's why
we
I
have the
suppose.
dialogue with council to understand where they're at.
Yep. Okay. Thanks.
How much time?
30 seconds.
Okay, I might just hand over because I'm not going to start on another subject in 30 seconds.
Okay, all right. Well,
Look, I'm just
that's
not
right.
gonna
We'll
get
move
very
to the crossbench, Mr. David Shoebridge.
Thanks so much, Chair. Mr. Castle, have you read the audit's report on the integrity of grant program administration of February this year?
Not from cover to cover. I read the executive summary. Inquired on where we'd got up to as far as implementing things.
Ms. Dench, have you read it?
I have read it, yes.
And Ms. Hawes, have you read it?
I've read the report, and I've read briefings as to where the department's grants improvements are up to. I couldn't quote it, though, if that's where you're going to go.
What did it say on page 2, line 4? No, I'm not going to do that.
Oh, thank you.
It would have to be one of the strongest critiques of a grants program, or indeed of public administration, that I've seen. Do you agree, Mr. Castle? It's a pretty brutal read for the way in which the Office of Local Government administered $252 million of public money.
I think that's well documented and been discussed at length. We've got some improving to do, and I gave a commitment earlier today to make sure we do improve in line with that report.
Why did nobody in local government push back when the Premier of the time made the decision in terms of allocating of remaining local council merger funds? And the former Premier's words were, "We propose not to compensate councils that were subject to a merger proposal and then sued us." Why did nobody in the Office of Local Government push back and say, allocating funds to our sector on that basis is venal, political and wrong?
Well, I think, to be honest, in that question, you're asking us to comment on what people may or may not have done.
Did
so
anyone?
I can't give you an answer, and the leadership team at this table was not here at that point in time.
Well, if you're an experienced, you're experienced in the public sector, Mr. Castle?
I hope so.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a government state in black and white that they would administer grant funding only on the basis of such a proposition like that? And I'll quote from the Premier, the then Premier, "We propose not to compensate councils that were subject to a merger proposal and then sued us." Have you ever seen that kind of vindictive political position being the basis for funding for any grant funding by a state government?
We administer the grants after the decisions are taken. In regards to that question, I've seen a lot of things written down over my 35-year career, and I think that is a very specific statement that you've made.
It was the Premier's statement.
That you've recited back to us, and I'll just let that rest at that.
Well, do you think there's sufficient strength in your department to push back if you see such a direction like that being put to your department from the Premier or your Minister?
Under me, there's under my leadership, there's the approval to provide frank and fearless advice and push back when we think things aren't right. Ultimately, sometimes we're not the final decision makers and we go about implementing the government of the day's directions.
Well, we're surely not going to return to Mr Hurst's evidence, are we? Where Mr Hurst denied that he was the decision maker, then the Premier denied that they were the decision maker, and we couldn't find out who was the decision maker for stronger communities. Are you saying that the Office of Local Government wasn't the decision maker?
Sorry,
I can't comment on those components. All I can say to you is I answered the question you asked me in that the leadership team is empowered to provide frank and fearless advice and push back on decisions that they feel are not appropriate.
Well, I'm happy to take this on notice because none of you were there at the time. Did anybody push back against the Premier at the time when that direction was given?
I'll take it on notice.
Ms Dench, the Auditor General found that the Office of Local Government didn't even keep a record of who made the decision about the allocation of $252 million. Have you looked at the processes that were in place at that time?
I've looked at the processes that are in place at the moment. I welcome the Auditor General's performance audit into grants administration, and I really support the recommendations that have been made. In August last year, which was before I came on board, I know the department commenced a whole of cluster grants management review, and the initial outcomes of that review indicates that many of the recommendations in the performance audit are already being implemented. I'm looking at the way in which we do things internally, and since we have made some sound improvements, we're actually using, in October, we commenced the use of the Smarty Grants, which is an industrial standard grants management software system, and also it enables a transparent and case-based approach to grant management. Under my leadership and while I'm there, I certainly will be keeping an eye upon how they are implemented, how things are, guidelines and criteria is developed, and certainly we'll be ensuring that the grants management and governance framework will certainly consider and implement the findings of the Audit Office.
Well, Ms Dench, you say that a number of the recommendations have already been implemented. That's as I understand your evidence, is that right?
Yes, correct.
Well, why don't we go through them then? The first recommendation is to develop a model for grant administration that must be used for all grant programs administered in New South Wales that has the following features. So I'll ask you which of them have been implemented under Smarty Grants. The first is based on ethical principles outlined in the Government Sector Employee Act 2013, such as impartiality, equity and transparency. Are those principles mandatory under your new Smarty Grants system?
They certainly will be implemented under that system, yes.
No, you said they've been implemented already. I'm not asking about the future. I'm testing your evidence about those that have been implemented to date. So that sounds to me like that hasn't been implemented.
It has been implemented.
Well, can you, tell me where in policy or otherwise that has been implemented as a mandatory provision under your new Smarty Grants proposal?
We are looking at the way in which our grants are being administered through the Smarty Grants, which actually gives enables a transparent and case-based approach to the grant management system. So transparency is part of that particular system. We're certainly, in any implementation of grants that we are implementing now, that certainly will be in place.
well, you see, Ms Dench, you said looking at. Your evidence was that they have been implemented.
We're implementing them at the moment with any grants that we will be disseminating out.
Well, can you table for me the policy direction, the memorandum, whatever it is, that has made that mandatory for grants inside your department?
I'll take that on notice.
Is there one?
I will take that on notice.
Mr Castle,
So
is there one?
I believe in July 22, from a cluster perspective, the whole of DPI will operate under a governance framework. I understand the Office of Local Government have implemented Smarty grants. I don't believe there is a policy in place at this point in time for OLG, but I will take that on notice.
Well, working our way through these recommendations, Ms Dench, the next one is for all grants programs to be administered so that it ensures assessments and decisions can be made against clear eligibility criteria and limits politically biased outcomes. Has that been implemented?
That will be implemented, definitely.
How are you going to avoid politically biased outcomes?
By giving fierce and frankless advice. Fierce and frank advice. Sorry, I wouldn't want you to pull me up on my pronunciation again.
It wasn't pronunciation, but we can go back to that. They're different words. They're different words. It wasn't about pronunciation. They're different words with different meanings.
All of OLG's
we don't
grants
need to go back
programs,
there.
all of OLG's grants programs in the future will be a part of the DPE consistent approach to the way grants are managed. Smarty Grants is more the software that you use to monitor how grants are working.
Well, it sounds to me, and I could be wrong, that recommendation, ensuring assessments and decisions can be made against clear eligibility criteria and limits politically biased outcomes, has not been implemented so far. Would we agree with that, Mr Castle?
I would suggest we're talking about two parts, and I think that's where possibly we're going backwards and forwards. The administration of the grant is after the grant is awarded. The awarding of the grant is what I think you're getting to. Am I correct in that?
No, I'm testing Ms Dench's evidence that the recommendations of the Auditor General have been implemented in part by her office. That's all I'm doing, and I'm going through them one by one, and that's all I'm doing.
I know.
So if the first one has not been implemented, the second one I'm asking you, my understanding of Ms Dench's evidence is that it hasn't been implemented. You don't have a grant system that ensures assessments and decisions can be made against clear eligibility criteria and limits politically biased outcomes. That's not yet implemented.
In the allocation of grants, no. In the assessments of claims under the grants, I would say the Smarty system does that.
So there's a provision in there that, for example, prevents the minister's advisors from contacting the department about grants while they're under assessment? Does that include it?
I don't know how you prevent it, somebody contacting you, but...
Well, you have a direction that it's not lawful while a grant's been assessed.
The way that the grant is being assessed follows a clear set of criteria.
Well, is there a prohibition on the minister directly communicating with the delegated officers who are making decisions? Is there a prohibition on the minister's staff communicating with delegated officers making decisions to prevent or limit politically biased outcomes? Is any of that implemented?
I'm not aware of the prohibition, but I'll take that on notice.
Yeah, it's because there isn't one, Mr Castle.
Okay, thank you.
Well, you see, it's your department, right? And that's Ms Dench has said that these have been implemented in part. And Ms Dench, there is no such prohibition, is there? And there's nothing to limit politically biased outcomes.
As I said, I'll take that on notice.
Well, that's all right. Not implemented. We'll put here not implemented. The next recommendation, Ms Dench, you said that these have been implemented in part. What about ensuring that grants, having measures so that all grants programs ensure accountability for decisions and actions of all those who are involved in the program, including public servants, elected representatives and political staff? Has that been implemented? Do Smarty grants capture all the communications and all the actions of public servants, elected representatives and political staff in relation to the grants.
I'll need to take that on notice in regards to the Smarty Grants platform itself, but I do know that that platform provides greater transparency.
Well, if not Smarty Grants, does any part of the grant system in your department implement that recommendation?
Yes,
Which?
my performance and program area.
Sorry, that ensures accountability for decisions and actions of elected representatives and political staff. Is that what you're telling me?
So I think here the whole of the grants program review that is underway is going to answer a lot of your questions and will implement all of the Audit Office recommendations across the department.
I'm asking these questions because one of the most frustrating outcomes when there's a report like this with a series of recommendations is the statement often made by ministers and senior officials that, oh, by the time they've come out, we've already implemented them in part. And indeed, that was your evidence, Ms Dench, which I'm testing. And I'm now asking you, has that been implemented in part or at all? And I'm asking for some evidence of it. And I'm giving you a further opportunity to actually back in your assertion. Ms Dench.
So I might take that question. I think where we've got ourselves to is the Smarty Grants program has been implemented, and that in part starts to try and resolve some of these issues. We haven't implemented the policy yet, which won't be ready until July 2022. Picking apart the system when we've already explained we've not fully implemented things seems to be leading us back to the same question, which I've said we will take on notice.
Well, Ms Dench, do you want to retract your early statement that the recommendations have already been partly implemented?
We have started to implement through the Smarty Grants program principles such as transparency. Whilst I'm in this position, any future grants and that will certainly be implementing the outcomes of the Auditor General's report. We will certainly be looking at the policy that once it's implemented in July 2022 and be implementing that throughout the OLG.
What, if any, engagement have you had with the Productivity Commission and Treasury on their review of grants?
I can take that. I was recently interviewed by Mr Achistrat about the review that he's undertaking. I would note the Audit Office report only came through in February, so Ms Dench is talking to steps the department's taken to improve things without the benefit of the Audit Office's findings. Now we have that. And I've also been interviewed by Mr Achistrat, I think it was about 2 weeks ago.
Mr Castle, can you at least give us the comfort that there are systems in place, mandatory systems in place, so that records are kept of who approves grants in the Office of Local Government? And if the Office of Local Government is implementing approvals from an external agency, that records of those are kept? Has there been a memorandum go out since the 8th of February and say, this is mandatory, you have to record these things at a minimum, and we want to see the records?
So there's legislation in place that requires us to keep records of all those material matters. So my response to you is yes, there is a requirement to keep records. Have I sent a memorandum out since the 8th of February? No, I haven't.
Are you referencing the State Records Act?
Yes, I am.
Well, if you hadn't requested, because I'd recommend you read the report in full, not the executive summary. I'd strongly recommend you read it in full and not the executive summary, because the State Records Act would not have fixed what happened in the Office of Local Government. And I'm surprised that given the nature of the conclusions, you haven't read it, because it would prevent those kinds of answers being given to these questions, Mr Castle.
We're required to keep every document that has a material impact or relevance, yes? And we do that.
Will you refer these papers then to the state records, to the New South Wales state records, to consider whether or not a prosecution is appropriate?
So I'll take that on notice.
Is there a clear written mandatory obligation in the grants administration procedures or manuals or any part of the grants administration framework within your department that expressly says in black and white there must be a record of who the decision maker is and why the decision was reached on a grant?
I'll take that on notice.
Who has given the time frame for the reform of being July 2022 for grants? Where has that time frame come from?
So that was a commitment given under the previous secretary, which I've honoured and will continue to push ahead with.
If I could just have 1 minute and then I can finish up. Have you consulted with the Productivity Commission and Treasury as to how that timetable fits with their grants review?
I have a meeting scheduled with the Productivity Commission. No, I haven't had a discussion with the Treasury Secretary about that.
Have you reviewed the most recent report of the Public Accountability Committee into grants administration and the recommendations put forward there?
I don't believe so, no.
You don't think that might be prudent?
There are a lot of reports to get through, and yes, I do think it'll be prudent. Can I do it all on your timetable? Probably not.
Oh, I just want it done before you hand out another $250 million on a grossly partisan political basis without recording any of the information, Mr. Castle. Do you think you can do it in that time frame?
I don't know whether I did do that previously, but yes.
No?
Just to
Go to officially now to open up for the opposition's questions to Ms Rose Jackson.
Just briefly to follow up on some of the things that Mr Shoebridge was talking about. I mean, I'm specifically interested in asking a question about discussions that are had or decisions that are directed that aren't in writing. So I'm talking about phone calls and I'm talking about face-to-face meetings. And just to be really clear, what assurances can you give us that if a grants program is being administered and a phone call is received or a conversation happens face-to-face and the content of that is direction or pressure or encouragement from ministers or their staff to you and your staff that certain projects should be funded and others shouldn't? What process is there to record that? Is there a positive obligation to record that and pass that on to a superior?
Well, without, I guess, trying to dream up those scenarios, I would expect everybody in a leadership position within the cluster to act with integrity. And if they felt that those discussions were inappropriate, and as you've just pointed out, they are inappropriate, then I would expect them to follow the our internal processes and have a discussion with their superior around what action should be taken.
So, yes, just to be clear, so the internal process in that circumstance, and I appreciate we're talking about a hypothetical, but I would hope that the department would have discussed hypothetical arrangements in which they could be put in a difficult position. And in fact, if they haven't discussed those hypothetical arrangements, hypothetical scenarios, that's of concern as well, because this is not coming out of nowhere. It's coming out of a specific incident that occurred. So in that hypothetical, a phone call is received or a conversation is had. The department's internal procedures is that the departmental official is required to report that to a superior. This has occurred. That's the process.
If there's any behaviour that is unethical or illegal, then they are to report that information, that activity, yes.
And a conversation such as the minister really likes this project, not that project, would you consider that to be unethical? Is that captured within?
I don't want to hypothesise on those types of questions. That can be very misleading.
But Mr. Castle, can I just ask?
Hang on,
a quick
can I
question?
finish answering the question?
Well,
I think if we do, just allow the witness to finish his answer.
I don't want to hypothesise on those types of discussions. They could be a throwaway comment that that project would be great, as opposed to what I think you're implying, where we're given a direction to approve something. Two totally different scenarios, but that could be captured under your question. So I really don't want to answer hypotheticals. If you believe something's occurred within the leadership team, or we've been directed to do something, I'm happy to hear about that and look at that.
No, you go.
Well, I just wanted to sort of zero in on this hypothetical sort of vacuum that, we're allegedly operating within. My understanding was that $90 million that went to Hornsby Council was just turned up in a bank account after conversation. So we're not talking about hypotheticals, aren't we? We're trying to fix a process which was obviously denuded and needs to be transparent and robust, is what we're getting at. And I think the other one was Monaro Farming System. So we're not talking hypotheticals here, with all due respect. We're talking about things that happened in the last round.
So the team sitting here today were not involved in those.
No, but
they don't know those
process. You're aware of the process that led to the problems, aren't you? Surely.
They don't. The team sitting here today were not involved in those. We have a rigorous process in place. I've already said today that that I fully support and back a full transparent process. I can't talk about things that I wasn't involved in and that had occurred some time ago.
That's why, in a way, Mr. Castle, I actually don't expect you to answer for the decisions that were previously made, but I do expect you to answer for future possibilities. And they must be phrased in the context of hypotheticals. These are things that have not happened yet. So obviously I can't ask you about things that might happen in the future, but I can ask you, in a scenario where back to your answer to my question, obviously if there's a direction given, fund this, not this, I appreciate that goes into the process. A suggestion, an implication, the minister really likes this one, or so-and-so raised that would be important. Departmental officials trying to do their job, they understand, geez, if that's the nudge that I'm getting, how clear have you been with all of the staff who are working on grants that they are not to be following those nudges, those encouragements? This is not necessarily about a formal direction, but it's about the implication that can come from comments that end up, when you see the final list, with 80% of projects in certain areas and 20% of the projects in others.
So all I can assure you is under my leadership, I have been very direct with people that we follow the rules. From my personal behaviour, I model that behaviour if I'm in a situation where something like that is discussed. I'm quite open to say it needs to be assessed in accordance with the rules. Full stop.
That's excellent. I mean, the follow-on though is there's often scenarios where a number of projects tick the boxes, follow the rules. You have a set pot of money and you get far too many applications because you're running a great grants program and people want to be part of it. Happy days. And then decisions do have to be made amongst a number of equally eligible projects. So it's not about necessarily pulling a Swiftie and getting one in that didn't qualify. I mean, that has happened in the past, but I don't expect you to answer that for that. But it's about saying, wow, we have 20 projects here that are all great. They all tick all the boxes. We can only fund 10. The phone call comes in or the conversation happens, geez, the minister really likes these ones, or that one looks good, doesn't it? Oh, so-and-so called me about that one. What assurances can you give us that the department has proper processes in place so that those decisions aren't being influenced by the politics of the government of the day, but are being made impartially, transparently by officials who just want to spend public money well?
So all I can really say is we do have that standard of behaviour and an ethical standard. We do follow a process, and I'm always available to all staff to have a discussion around any of those situations where they believe they may be pressured.
Mr. Castle, if I were the...
Did you want me to finish?
Well, no, but if I were a person of the public hearing this, in light of what's happened, in the aftermath of what happened, I'd be thinking, well, it's one thing for the leader of that department to inculcate a culture by talking to staff and saying this is what we've got to do. It's a qualitatively different thing to document a procedure whereby if those sort of things are done in conversations, it needs to be documented so that there's full transparency. Can you see what my colleague's getting at here?
I can see that we've developed another hypothetical where all of a sudden we have a large number that all tick or pass all the criteria. All of a sudden we need to choose between, say, 10 out of the 20 that are on the table. I can hear the implied assumption that people are going to act dishonestly rather than honestly. I can hear all of that in the question.
You can
and
understand.
what I'm saying to you is, under my leadership, I do everything I can to make sure the right decisions are made. I cannot guarantee you in the future somebody does not act within that realm.
Will that include a process whereby the bureaucrat making the decision documents the conversations that were had if they think anything's untoward? I cannot make... I'm not beside everybody every day and I cannot make that. Do I encourage that behaviour? Yes. Do I insist on that type of behaviour? Yes. Again, will you encourage it in a formal policy or process, or will it just be verbal conversations in the office?
I want to go back and actually have a look at what our policies are in that regard. This is a very specific thing that you've raised here through a bunch of hypotheticals, all off the basis of something that occurred under previous leadership. I want to go back and have a look. So I'll take that on notice.
With all due respect, Mr. Castle, you keep trying to reduce the credibility of the questioning by putting up this word hypotheticals. If something's happened in the past that could potentially happen in the future, that's a valid question for us to ask, isn't it? Yes, no?
Well, you've asked a question. I've given you my answer. You don't like my answer, so you keep asking the question a different way.
Therefore, it's too hard to answer.
I don't know how to satisfy you.
Okay.
I appreciate that you've taken on notice just checking the policies, but it would not perhaps be unreasonable, Mr. Castle, to have a policy that if a staff member felt as though they were given encouragement or a suggestion was made in relation to how grants might be allocated, that there would be a requirement just to make a file note of that. Now, I mean, you can't assure that that happens in every instance because, of course, you're not in every conversation, but it may not be unreasonable for at least the policy to be that in that circumstance it is a requirement to make a written contemporaneous note of that conversation.
Yeah, and if it's not in the policy or it's not clear that people need to follow the rules and document those types of conversations if they come up, then I'll move to put it into the policy.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions Central Darling Shire, they're still in administration. They have been in administration since 2014. Is there any update in relation to when they may be able to move back to a democratically elected local government? Update on where their conversations about the issues that they may need to resolve is up to?
I can provide an overview. So you're absolutely right. It is under administration and there are reasons for that. But over the last 5 years, certainly their financial improvement has improved to a break-even position. That's a great sign of strength in terms of being able to move forward with this particular area. We are currently working with Central Darling community and intend to consult with them about how to move forward. As I say, there are signs of improvement and we'll be working to look at how to continue that progress.
So obviously it is good news that their financial position has improved. Can you give me any sense of any of the other outstanding issues that they may be required to address before they could take a significant step towards exiting administration?
I might take that on notice to get you the full range, but obviously a key metric is how they're going financially, given how they ended up in administration. Ali, did you want to add anything?
I could add that Council has addressed a lot of the financial concerns, including the ability to manage its planned budget, and it is now debt-free after paying off their loan, which is fantastic. It's also delivered its draft community and town plans and seeking feedback at the moment on that. However, the COVID outbreak last year has exposed many of the issues that the Central Darling community continues to face on a daily basis as well. So, a detailed business case on the potential governance options for Central Darling Shire is currently being developed, and there's been consultation with the council's administrator and the general manager, and also a range of state government agencies.
So the next step is the business case. Is there a time frame on that at all?
Yes, yes. It's going to be provided to the government for consideration in mid-2022. And community consultation will also be undertaken once it has been considered, and the costs and the benefits and a range of potential options for change have also been considered. And we do intend to consult on this plan with the Central Darling communities in the second half of 2022.
So is there a time frame as to when they may be able to elect a council again? I mean, that doesn't seem from that as though that's going to be possible this year.
We're not going to set that date here. What we're saying is we're working with the council to help lift their performance across a range of areas, but it's really encouraging to see that they've made so much progress in such challenging times.
It is encouraging, and I suppose, obviously for people in that community who have, not been able to have elected local representatives for some time, and they feel like, the progress has been made, they're obviously keen to have some sense of when they may be able to stand for election to represent their communities and have a vote about who represents them at that local level. So that's obviously why I'm asking if there is any sense of when that might be possible for them again.
And I completely understand that, but we need to keep this progress going to make sure that we're in the best possible place to do that, and I can't give you a concrete date today.
What I can assure you two is that the consultation that we're planning to do with the community is going to be driven by a communication strategy to make sure there is broad and appropriate array of voices being heard throughout that. So we certainly will be doing that in the second half of 2022.
And I suppose it goes without saying, but just to clarify specifically, that will include specific programs to reach out to First Nations groups and Indigenous groups in that shire who may have, other barriers. If you're having like a webinar and say, invite people, maybe that's not necessarily the best format for some of those groups. I know other parts of DPI have some experience with how that cannot work so well. So is that something that is really clear in the mind of OLG in relation to that consultation?
And the beauty about us now being in the Crown Lands group, we're also very closely aligned with the Aboriginal Strategy and Outcomes division of the unit. So we certainly is definitely top of mind for the communities out in Central Darling.
That's good. What about Balranald Shire Council? Is there any sense of when they might anticipate moving out of administration.
I need to take that one on notice, if that's okay.
Okay. I might move on to. Oh, do you want to do code of conduct?
Sure.
I'll go to my colleague. That might be.
Thank you. We might just traverse some of these code of conduct issues. So in November of last year, 2021, the OLG released a consultation paper on improving the Councillor Code of Conduct, and it identified that in the most recent reporting year, which was 1920, a total of just 2 complaints were referred to the OLG for further disciplinary action under the misconduct provisions of the Local Government Act. Can I ask what the current backload of Code of Conduct matters awaiting assessment and action by the OLG under the misconduct provisions of the Local Government Act is? Do you have like a list of outstanding issues that have been raised from councils under the Act that are still pending?
Yeah, I have some statistics as to what's on foot and what's been referred in for initial assessment. We have 10 investigations on foot and 20 misconduct referrals have been made, which are going through that initial assessment phase.
So, sorry, 10 investigations afoot and
20
20.
referrals in of potential misconduct
20
matters
referrals,
that
okay.
require assessment and determination.
Okay, and the consultation paper, I think, identifies that the OLG has a team of 7 staff working on complaint handling, intervention, general investigations and councillor misconduct.
Mine's 7 investigators, and there's also a manager and I believe a legal support, at least one legal support officer.
Okay, so would it be unreasonable to suggest that with 7 staff and that number of outstanding matters that things need to be moved on a bit?
I don't necessarily agree with that premise. We have a team. Every investigation is different. Some are relatively straightforward and some are more complex. So, yeah, I think that we've just advised you that there's 10 investigations underway and 20 referrals in, and that we have a team dedicated to working on that load.
Okay.
We'll just keep going on
One from the
questions from the opposition.
So we had this morning, we had referred to the lengthy delay in the Dwahi matter, which actually materially affected the public debate and the integrity of the whole process. You may recall that there was another issue with a Newcastle councillor by the name of Alan Robinson in July 2019, where he made a series of highly offensive, homophobic and sexist slurs. And there were various complaints made, but in particular by the United Services Union on the 15th of August 2019. And the matter was also raised directly with the former minister in Parliament in July of 2019, and again in budget estimates. It's now been almost 1,000 days, I think, since this complaint was first lodged, and despite that clear evidence of a very serious breach, to my understanding, there's no action being taken by the OLG. Are you aware of this?
So I'm aware that, as the Minister said this morning, we are committed to having a look at the timeliness of investigations. Obviously, it's critical that they are responsive and done in the most effective and efficient way possible, and that needs to be timely. I'm also cognizant that some investigations take longer because they are more complicated. So there's no one set time frame for an investigation, but overall our timeliness needs to improve, and that's something that the Minister's had direct conversations with myself coming into the role, and I know with Ali previously in the role, to have a look at the way that that part of the department is functioning and working.
This is 1,000 days. It's almost, 3 years. Now, I don't want to labour the point, but I think in my previous life, when I was privy to some of these internal investigations from a union official's point of view, and at a bigger scale in terms of things like ICAC and NCAT and all these sorts of things, and this is both on the defendant and the complainant's perspective, it actually ruins lives the longer it goes on. So I really do think that if there's a resourcing issue there, the Minister needs to understand. If it's a efficiency issue, the Minister needs to understand. But we can't just keep coming back each round of budget estimates and asking the same question and getting the same sorts of delays. You expect that you accept, that there's a systemic, endemic problem here?
My evidence is that the Minister's asked me to have a look at the way that function takes place and its effectiveness, and I completely agree with you that all parties are entitled to fair process in an investigative matter, and that it needs to be timely for the very reasons you've outlined. So it's something that is has been, in conversations with the Minister, she's asked me to pay particular attention to this and to give her advice about what is impacting the timeliness of investigations.
Did the Minister express a view that there was a systemic failure, or just to have a look and let me know if it's okay?
The Minister expressed a view that from her experience in council, she had experienced this and that she was hearing this feedback from councils, and therefore she was taking it incredibly seriously and expected the same from me, and I gave that commitment.
Okay, appreciate the frankness of the answer. In terms of this Councillor Robinson investigation, can you tell us where that's up to?
With all due respect, to ensure that all parties involved are really accorded due process and they're afforded procedural fairness, it's really not the practice to comment on matters that are under investigation.
Ms Dench, let's be clear. I'm not asking about the detail of the investigation or the wrongs or rights or culpability. I'm simply asking about the timeline of the investigation and where it's up to and where we're likely to see any light at the end of the tunnel. 1,000 days.
As I said, I'm not going to comment on individual investigations. It is a complex process, as what Ms Hawes has just said, and certainly, particularly in certain issues, we don't comment on investigations
Let's
that
be
are current, including timelines.
Okay, so Ms Dench, your evidence to the committee here today is that you are refusing to tell the committee what sort of timeline, if any, there is on this investigation.
No, that's not our evidence today. We've given evidence that we are looking.
Well, surely you must have a timeline for this.
You can't always set a timeframe on when something will finish. We can take on notice what is appropriate to communicate in terms of where it's up to, but we can't comment on specific investigations because it's not fair on the parties under investigation.
Well, I would suggest that it would be very fair and settling if both parties knew when this was coming to a close.
I can give you this guarantee that things are underway, and it certainly has the attention of senior staff, and we'll certainly be making sure it's closed out in a timely manner.
Yep.
And can I ask, will you be requesting an investigation into the time that it's taken to address the matter?
That's what the misconduct review, the review of the misconduct framework, that's what that is all about. That's part of that review, and we'll certainly be looking at the outcomes of that review to make some improvements in regards to the framework.
So that's a review into the overall delayed nature of investigations in general, but with respect to this particular investigation, will there be inquiries made into why it's taken over 1,000 days now?
It will be part of that misconduct review, and we'll be looking at certain issues and seeing where we can make improvements.
Okay, and in the event that there's a finding against Mr Robinson, would you be prepared to apologise to the victims?
I'm prepared to take accountability to have any kind of conversations with people impacted by poor behaviour. Our job is to investigate the matter and come to a conclusion, and we'll do that. And if there's lessons to be learned from the way the investigation occurred, we'll learn those lessons. And as Ali and the Minister have given evidence today, the whole misconduct framework is under review presently as well.
Okay.
Can I just ask, just to be clear, the review was initiated by the Minister, so she approached you or the office and said, look, this is, as you said, something that I am concerned about, and I'd like you to do that, or
There's two matters: the misconduct review of the framework, which is a public process, and the Minister has given me direct instructions to pay particular attention to the investigations function and have a look at opportunities for improvement. And Ali was already taking steps to do that before I took this role.
And that, Ms Dench, had come, was that from the initiative of the former Minister, or sort of Where did this come from?
Came from concerns. We listened to what the community was saying. Concerns have been raised. And I totally agree. The length of time is not good. It's not good at all. And we need to do something about it. And that's what we are going to do. We're going to be reviewing it, had discussions with the Minister, and that's why the review's in place.
Is part of the issue that the code of conduct is so sort of vague and loose that there's no real impetus or effect given to councils or the OLG to step in and do something? So are you looking at sort of amending code of conducts to make councillors accountable during their term rather than the current situation, which is that they're democratically elected and therefore we can't do much about it?
I'm sorry, Mr. Buttigieg, I'm trying to understand the point of your question.
Well, will you be looking at amending the code of conduct to ensure councillors are held to their account for their behaviour whilst they're in elected office, as opposed to, or regardless of whether or not they're holding? Yeah.
Yes.
You will be looking at that?
Yes, yes.
I think that one of the things to consider here is that this is something that evolves with community expectations, and that is what the public review of the misconduct framework is designed to do, to make sure that we have the suite of tools you need to keep pace with contemporary expectations for councillor conduct. And it's entirely appropriate that that's a public process.
Mm-hmm. Can I just bring your attention to a Freedom of Information request that was lodged by the member for Campbelltown, the Shadow Minister for Local Government, where there was a letter to Mr Warren which said that, this is from Alice Beasley, Governance Officer, I refer to your application under the Government Information Public Access Act, the GIPA Act, to the Office of Local Government. This was 3rd of December 2021, the application was made, where the Shadow Minister was seeking a list compiled in an Excel spreadsheet of Code of Conduct complaints made to the Office of Local Government from 1st of December 2019 to 1st of December 2021, so a 2-year period, detailing what council was the subject of the complaint, is a member of, what date the complaint was lodged with the OLG, what date the complaint was complete, and whether the complaint was upheld or dismissed. So in other words, a list of complaints, how quickly they were dealt with, which council they came from. The application was refused on the basis that under the Act it was considered to be excluded information and wasn't necessary to give over. Could you just give me your view on why something that would help the transparency and accountability of the department on the sorts of issues we've been discussing, delays, amounts of complaints, wasn't handed over under the GIPA Act? Is it just because you don't have to, or you don't want to, or?
No. I mean, there are reasons to not identify people for obvious reasons of potential breaches of privacy. I can't really comment on a past GIPA application. So I think that is the answer. If it was held back, it would have been on the grounds of not identifying people unduly. But I can't really comment on something that happened in the past. Just to go back to your previous comments about the misconduct review, those terms of reference are publicly available, and we'd be happy to table them here too.
Okay. I just want to take you to some other issues concerning questions that were raised in the last round of budget estimates. The former Minister Hancock had expressed concerns about waste collection workers.
Sorry, can I just clarify? Do you mean last year?
No, the last round of budget estimates, meaning the October round, yes.
Yeah, but in this portfolio. Sorry, I'm just...
Correct.
Thank you.
And the concerns, Minister Hancock raised concerns about waste collection workers potentially losing paying conditions or losing their jobs altogether when a council contracts out its waste collection services or changes from one contract to another. So this is when you get this situation where the insourced permanent workforce for waste collection is outsourced to a private company, and then you have this 2-tier system set up. The Minister was very very strong on her response and said she was very concerned about setting up that two-tier undercutting system and was keen to do something about it. Have you had any briefings on that or any future direction on where the OLG might go with this sort of problem?
No.
Look, I haven't had a briefing on this matter and it hasn't been raised with me directly. It doesn't say that doesn't mean to say it won't be, and if it is, then I'll have obviously look into it, but it hasn't been raised directly with me from a council or LGNSW at this point.
What about so there's two unions that have coverage in that area. There's the United Service Union, which largely covers the internal workforce, and then there's the Transport Workers Union, which covers the outsourced contracted work. Have any discussions been had with either of those unions by the Minister to date?
Not that I am aware of.
Not the way. Can I just clarify? Are you talking about the contracts that councils enter into to have the waste removed? And we can't comment on that. That's a matter for the individual councils.
Well, the Minister certainly commented. I'm sure if you go through the transcript of the October budget estimates, Minister Hancock was very vocal about it and said she would meet with the unions and try and do something about it.
Yeah, well, I'm saying we can't comment on it. I can't comment on what the Minister previously said, or the previous Minister said, but they're arm's length contracts from OLG, the contracts that are entered into by the individual councils, if I'm understanding you correctly.
So the OLG has no oversight of those contractual arrangements or template approaches to how those contracts are structured or any guidelines or anything like that?
I don't believe so, but I'll take that on notice. But again, as we talked about earlier today, councils operate as individual businesses and how they choose to collect their waste. We do have guidelines on procurement, as Ali has just said, but
some of those
that doesn't preclude insourcing versus outsourcing.
No, but it's not inconceivable that they could include them, given some of those procurement guidelines have local content, for example. Mm-hmm. Correct?
Yeah, I'd rather take that on notice to have a look at the what we actually do have in place, but I don't think we would get to that level of detail because councils operate as individual entities.
So it's not within the OLG's remit to develop an umbrella guideline policy on those sorts of things?
For work to be insourced or outsourced? Is that the question?
Well, for example, my recollection is when I was on Sutherland Council, there were various weighting factors that the council would apply when administering or letting out contracts, and council would have a degree of discretion within to work with, depending on things like, for example, local content versus bottom line cost and all that sort of thing. So my question is that would the OLG get involved in an overarching template approach to those sorts of things, given the concern I've raised? So, for example, if I could just give you Eurobodalla Council, they issued a contract to Cleanaway. As a result of that decision, the workers face a pay cut of more than 16%, which is about $220 a week, not including overtime. This is people collecting the same bins, same streets, worked over for a decade, moved from one employer to another, and their conditions and rates of pay freefall overnight.
I can't comment on why they made that decision. Obviously, as I've talked about, we have procurement guidelines in place. How the councils wish to do their weightings, I think, is a decision for the individual councils on whether they insource or outsource. But I'm happy to take the question on notice and come back to you and provide you with a copy of that guidance.
Well, I appreciate that it's a little bit unfair with the Minister not here, but my point is that the previous Minister indicated that she would have a potential interest and influence over that, and I'm just wondering whether or not the current Minister has expressed a similar view.
Well, I think both my colleagues have been firm in no, it hasn't been raised with them at this point in time. Will she raise it in future? I don't know. And I'm also happy to go back and look at those previous comments from the previous Minister to try and understand what was being said there.
Okay. Did you?
Yep, I can
Yep,
jump
go
in.
for it.
I just wanted to ask, what is the current budget of the Office for Local Government?
We'll do it.
That sounds like an estimates question.
So this year's budget has an OPEX of $118 million. $104.5 million of that is grants and subsidies that flows through. 3.8 million is general, 1.22 million depreciation, and about just over 8 million in labour expense, and then a CapEx budget of nearly 1.4 million.
So, I mean, taking the sort of the staff and the general, and I suppose the CapEx, it's around $14 million. I mean, because a substantial amount of that is obviously grant flow through. So in terms of the actual
Yes.
office, yeah. And so how does that compare then to this time last year?
I don't have that comparison in front of me at this point in time. Sorry?
The staffing's been pretty consistent since last year.
So, yeah, my next question was, what's the current FTE in the office?
I've got that here.
55. Oh, sorry, you've got
Yep,
it there.
yep,
Yeah, that'll help
yep.
if we can go to the actual figures. Yep.
The head count or the FTE? Yep.
I'll have both, if that's fine. Yep.
Well,
Head count, yeah.
The current head count is 55.
Mm-hmm.
And the total...
That was at December. So
That's
it's
December.
Yep.
Yeah. And the total FTE is 46.31.
And, I mean, this time last year, is that stable? Have we seen the staff increase? Have we seen the staff decrease?
It's stable.
Yeah.
It's stable.
And all of...
Slight decrease.
From June.
From June.
We don't have projected figures back 10 years time for the last 10 years. But yeah.
Last year.
We haven't seen any reduction really in staff. It's pretty close.
And so, just roughly sort of 7 of those people are working on the complaints issues that we discussed. What are the other primary groups of staff within the office?
We have a sector performance area that does the analysis of all the financial statements, the annual reports, the CapEx issues. We also have the pet registry and the pet helpline also, a significant amount of officers working upon in that section. We have our policy area that looks at all the development around regulations, legislation. We also have our community engagement managers, our engagement section as well.
How many people are in that group, Ms Dench?
I don't have those exact figures in front of me. I can get that for you. I'll take that on notice. Yep. We also have we've been working on the disaster recovery and emergency relief area, which I have staff working in that particular area as well.
And, I mean, perhaps you might need to take on notice, but it'd be useful to know how many staff working in that area as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Now, I mean, we're just going to keep going. Chair, do you want to take a break, or what do you want to do?
We've got 8 minutes until the official break time, so if you like, do you want to keep going until
that's
then?
fine.
And then?
Yeah. Just wanted to ask, so are all of those staff based in Nowra? Is that still the arrangement?
Not all staff are based in Nowra, and if anything, COVID has taught us that location agnostic is a way to go, but staff certainly do come together to collaborate. Of course, COVID has prevented that from happening, but not all staff are based in Nowra.
So you still have the premises, though, in
Yes,
Nowra?
we do.
And
Yes.
how many staff are based in Nowra?
It's accommodated for 59 staff. We've got plenty of space for everybody to come in. So as far as...
I appreciate 59 people can work there, but how many people are actually working there? Is it zero? Are no staff going into the office
Well,
at the
for the
moment?
last couple of years, we've had work from home arrangements.
Yeah.
And
it's
so is
been
that
pretty
still in
dynamic.
place?
We are starting to transition back, but it's a hybrid model now based on, local context, staff wanting to come together to collaborate. So there's no one-size-fits-all rule anymore. COVID has fundamentally changed some of those aspects about the way that we work.
I mean, yeah, I appreciate that, of course. Same with us. I mean, how many of those 55, the head count, you know, are based in Nowra, go into the office in Nowra? If they're going into the office, they're going into the Nowra office. How many of them?
It'd be the majority.
Yeah, majority.
Majority of staff. That's their office. It has been for some time.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, and obviously, you know, it'd be useful to know, how many people are employed who don't live in Nowra, who don't.
I don't know everyone's addresses, I'm sorry. But I do know
two right here, but we can provide that on notice. But there is an office in Nowra. Staff have been in the past very accustomed to working there. It was their base. COVID has changed things, and going back, you know, I guess everyone will evolve to the new context, and for some people there will be ongoing hybrid arrangements where they don't go into their office every single day.
Sorry, so can we just be clear on that? You want to know how many people have Nowra as their base?
Yes, that's right. Yes.
Okay.
That's their
address. Sorry, I mean that's right. I mean, they might live in Jarvis Bay or something. I mean, it's not about where people live. It's about, you know,
it would be the majority, and we can get you a more specific count.
Yeah. Sorry if I wasn't clear. And so just, you know, the future intent is, you know, to keep Nowra as the base, to keep that building as the base. There's no intention or consideration or, you know, kind of preliminary work on changing that or relocating, selling that building, anything like that?
Nothing's been brought to my attention. We're moving to obviously continue the flexible working arrangements that we've had in place during COVID. We're obviously always reviewing how much accommodation we need and the best location for that, but I don't believe anyone's raised Nowra.
I'm certainly looking at the office space to be more a collaborative space, because that's the role of the Office of Local Government, is a facilitator for state agencies to connect with local councils. So I'm looking at how we can use the space for more collaborative approaches with other agencies to land there as well, like a hub style. There's just been some preliminary views on since I've been on board, to have a look at how the workspace is being used and looking at how we can develop a space that's more collaborative rather than offices, with the way, as I said, the way COVID has taught us. When people are coming back into the office, it's more for that collaboration, that teamwork, working on projects together, and definitely about how we work and facilitate with other agencies. Regional New South Wales uses the space. We've got other agencies that actually use the building down there now as well.
I mean, I mean, that makes sense to me, and to be honest, it's useful to know that that's the model. I was more concerned that as we do have more hybrid work models and more people are working from home, that as the potential footprint necessary in office space reduces, that office may be offloaded. And so I just wanted to clarify if there was any intention in relation to that, but it doesn't sound like there is.
No.
Yeah. Okay, that's useful to know. I just wanted to ask a little bit about the Coastal and Estuaries Grants Program. Now, I understand it was an $83.6 million program. How much of the fund has now been spent?
I can answer that. So we've got, out of the 83.6 million that was announced in 2016, I can probably work backwards, so just might need a calculator. So there's 17.7 left in that bucket, so the rest has been expended or committed. And what I mean by that is there may be projects that were funded last year that might have a 3-year life span. So they may run from last year through to next year and the year after.
I mean, it would be useful to know, you may need to take on notice, you know, that how much has been actually expended and how much is committed but has not been expended. Do you have that figure, or do you?
Not on me at the moment, because that would be quite a lot of detail, because it's about, since 2016, about 247 grants have been approved and are currently either fully expended or underway to being expended. So I can certainly get you that information, but I don't have all that specific detail here with me currently. Yeah.
I mean, I think there was previously, there's still $17 million available there. I mean, there was previously information that a number of applications had been rejected. I think it was even potentially up to a quarter of applications had been rejected. Is there any program to try and engage with people who potentially put in unsuccessful applications to resolve the issues in their applications?
Absolutely.
Or what does that look like?
So that's part of our sort of assessment process. So we go through quite a rigorous assessment process. So it's widely advertised. We've got experts in hand in each of the regions to provide advice to councils as they go through the process. The grant guidelines are reviewed and updated regularly. The grants are then initially assessed by the grants team, which are a specific sort of independent team within the Environment, Energy and Science group, and to check against eligibility. So some of them might get knocked out then if they're not eligible. Some of the things that may knock them out at that particular point is have they got a certified coastal zone management plan or a coastal management programme, which are certified by the Minister. If they don't, sometimes they're not eligible for grants. Then there's a technical assessment done of the technical merit of the projects by the regional staff. Then there's a state assessment panel that has independent experts on it. So we go through that process. So it's quite rigorous. At the end of that process, so we've got quite a few criteria to go through as well. Value for money, technical merit, timeframes, feasibility. We will then have a list of grants that are approved. We'll have some that are not approved for a whole range of the assessment criteria. And then there are some that are put on a reserve list. And at that particular point in time, if there are sort of things that need to be sort of discussed with the council, we have a period of time that we can do that with the ones that are on the reserve list. And if they're not eligible for funding, we do encourage them to apply the following year. Important to note that those grants are approved by the Coordinator General of EES, not the Minister.
Order. We will now break. It's 3:31, so let's come back at 16 past. No. What is it?
3:46.
Thank you. 3:46. We'll come back at 3:46. Have that extra minute. We all need it. See you then. All right, welcome back. We will now, you guessed it, continue with questioning by the opposition. Who's taking this one first? Mr. Mark Bodie?
Thanks,
Excuse me, Chair. Before we do, can we table some of those
Of course,
documents
yes.
that we wanted to bring up? So the terms of
Of course.
reference for the review.
The
and-
Boundaries Commission is the first one, and also the circular that went out to councils in regards to the special variation.
And I can also clear up one of those questions on notice. There's 50 people in the Nowra office that call it their base office.
Okay, great.
And
Mark.
just on that, thank you, Chair. Just while it occurs to me, that premises which you say there's been no discussions on in terms of moving on.
Not with me.
No. But I think that was the evidence from some of the others as well. Is there any structural issues with that building at all? That we know?
Not that I'm aware of, but if that's some information you've got, I'd be able to look into
Yeah.
it.
One thing that's happened with the offices in Nowra, we've just had all the air conditioning and everything all fixed up throughout the building. So that might be the works.
Oh, so there's been a bit of capital investment in there.
Some
yeah.
works that has been.
Okay. Look, I just want to touch on some of the governance around the OLG. The former minister said in a series of budget estimates questioning actually that she had no power to, this was around the Dwahi incident, no power to intervene in code of conduct complaints. Is that correct? Like, we did touch on this earlier. So the perception we had was that if there's a code of conduct complaint being investigated by the council and for that matter the OLG, the minister had no power to actually intervene in that investigation. Is that correct or not?
There's a separation of powers, fairly self-explanatory in many respects, given the minister holds a political office, so it's not appropriate for her to intervene in matters involving investigations of others in political office. So matters of individual council conduct are determined by the department, but the minister has accountability for the performance of councils.
Okay, so the OLG is a vehicle by which that accountability function can be achieved, but in terms of intervening in investigations or having oversight, there's no. What's the legislative provision that prevents the minister doing that?
It's more the delegations of function. So matters about individual council conduct are referred to the department for investigation. Of course, we would make the minister aware of matters as they came to a close, but we conduct the investigations. The minister doesn't have a direct role in that.
So, but in the examples of, say, Dwahi and this Robinson fellow and things that are just what appear to be out of control, to use a colloquial term, the minister has no power to intervene. And if that's the case, what is the legislative provision that prevents the minister doing that? Is it actually written down anywhere, or is it just a policy of the OLG?
We can send you the provisions of the legislation and regulation. What I'm saying, my evidence here is that for good reason, the department conducts conduct matters relating to individual council conduct. Also, NCAT clearly has a role, but the department conducts the investigative functions. The minister doesn't have a direct role in investigating allegations of council or misconduct.
No, I understand that's the practical manifestation of it, but what I'm saying is, does the legislation prevent the minister from being involved?
So can we take that one on notice? Because I don't want to mislead the committee. We're not legal experts, and in those cases we'd probably get legal involved. So I want to be really detailed in that response.
Oh yeah, I'd be interested to know, because it goes to the nub of about who is ultimately accountable under a ministerial system of government, and these questions were raised in previous rounds in respect of those emblematic cases which we've discussed at length today. So I think it's an important answer we get on the record. Go for it, Rose.
Finished on that one? Because
Yes.
I have a couple of questions just to finish up on the coastal and estuaries project. I just wanted to ask, so there was a consultant report done into the program, I understand, in 2019. I understand Claudine Lyons Consulting was tasked with doing a report into the program in 2019.
Right, okay, I'll have to take that on notice. It might have been just before I started in this role. I'm not aware of it, but I can certainly find out.
Yes,
for
it would
you.
be useful.
Yeah.
My understanding is that there was a report done in 2019 to, I think, look at, improving the performance of the fund, which, based on the figures that you've provided, Ms. Malloy, looks like it has done.
Yeah.
And that there were sort of 38 recommendations of that report, and it would be useful to know what happened with those. Where they went, were they implemented, not implemented, So
I've just got a note from my colleague here. So that was the grants review. Was that Claudine Lyons?
Yes, I understand.
Okay, so the agency response is on the website, apparently.
Okay, I'll
all
have
right.
a look
So,
at that.
so my apologies, I just wasn't across the detail there. But if there isn't enough detail on the web, we can, on how those actions are being implemented, we can certainly get back to you.
Thank you. And just obviously, last question on this before I throw back to my colleague.
All right.
Obviously, we are seeing right now that there is already some issues with erosion. We know coastal erosion is going to be a problem going forward.
Absolutely.
So, there is some money left over in this fund, but actually not a lot at this stage. A lot of it has been spent or is committed.
Yeah.
So I wondered if there was any intention to renew the program or look at other opportunities for councils to do mitigation work around coastal erosion.
Yeah. Well, in terms of renewing the funds, it obviously will be a matter for government to consider continuing. We do have some money into the future, but obviously be a matter for government about whether they want to sort of increase the funding. It was for 5 years originally, back in 2016, but had a bit of a delayed start due to the delayed commencement of the Act. But there's a lot of work happening under that framework that was initiated in 2016. And a lot of support for councils in the development of their, the framework allows councils to develop coastal management programmes. And we had an amendment to the Coastal Management Act late last year to allow councils a bit of leeway in terms of they've got another 2 years to be able to prepare those coastal management programmes. So the department provides a lot of assistance, technical assistance outside of the grants programme to those councils to develop those plans.
And how many councils have now developed?
Yeah. So far we've had 4. They need to be certified by the minister as well. So we've had 4 certified, and there are approximately 50 underway at the moment. So we're hoping that we get quite a few of those in to be submitted to be certified this year. But they've got 2 years, and a lot of them are well progressed. And there is some. I think we've got an interactive website that shows where the individual councils are up to in the development of those programmes. Within those programmes, they do all of the sort of hazards, such as you mentioned, coastal erosion and various issues like that.
So, just to be clear, you don't think it's going to be realistic to have all of the 50 outstanding done by the end of the year, or that is a goal?
I'd say it's unrealistic to have all 50, but they've got 2 years to get there. So, look, we would be hoping and supporting councils to try and get as many of them done over the next 2 years. The transitional period, they had coastal zone management plans, but they need to transition to these programmes. So a lot of them have existing plans there. They should be able to fast track through the process to develop those programmes. So we're encouraging. It's obviously council's responsibility to complete those programmes, but we're supporting them as best we can.
How many people are in that team working with the councils to do that work?
I might need to get back to you with an exact figure, but we've got 4 coastal branches, and then there's a central marine coast estuary and flood team. I'm not going to give you a guess. There's probably sort of teams of 5 or 6 in each of those branches, and then maybe sort of 10 to 12 in that central team. But I'll get you a more accurate figure. I can take that bit on notice.
And and I appreciate you said obviously it's a decision for government about whether there's additional funds available under the grants. I mean, have you made any recommendations along those lines? Are you're operating on the assumption that the time frame is essentially already expired? I mean, as you said, there's a bit of leeway, but the 5 years is essentially already up. The funds are essentially almost already spent.
Yep.
Is there any... the government needs to make a decision about what to do going forward, but is there any engagement that you've had on whether that might be in the works?
There certainly has been conversations internally because we've got all those plans coming online and there will be actions in there that need to be implemented, but the decision around whether the programme is funded into the future obviously is not mine individually and needs to be made either centrally in the department and then obviously with government committing funds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. I might throw to you for a bit.
Thanks, Rose. Thanks, Chair. I just want to traverse some of this developer contributions ground that we did, I think my colleague David Shoebridge touched on earlier. Has there been any engagement with either from the OLG and or the Minister with councils on the proposed changes to developer contributions?
We've had some discussions in that regard. We've had some discussions with planning in regards to developer contributions. Awareness of it, yes.
Awareness. So
Awareness.
Has that been, Ms Dench, has that been a product of largely councils reaching out to the OLG or vice versa, or a combination, or is there a formal process of consulting?
My understanding is contributions reforms are under consultation. I am obviously forming relationships with councillors, GMs and LGNSW, and if they want to raise that with me, then I will obviously speak with colleagues in planning, but there is a formal consultation process underway.
And that's being conducted by the OLG or the Department of Planning or both?
No. So it's a Department of Planning, it's the Minister for Planning and Homes' area, portfolio area. It's fair to say councils will reach out to the Minister for Planning and Homes directly as opposed to reach out to the Office of Local Government because it is something that was put out on exhibition for comment by him. Or by the previous Minister, actually.
So given the potential effect that this has on councils' funding models, does the OLG see themselves as playing a role, or are you just going to stay out of it?
There is a formal process already in place. I mean, I think, as I said, if people raise it with us, then we'll convey that within the department, but there is an appropriate formal place.
Miss Hoyes, within which department?
Planning. Like the
Okay.
broader cluster of planning agencies of which OLG.
So from an OLG perspective, if a council raises an issue with you, then you pass that on to the Department of Planning.
I would, if a council raised it with me, I would let them know about the process that is underway to formally make their views count.
Yep.
If I heard consistently the same sort of feedback, I would engage with colleagues in planning who are running that process to say, I'm hearing this sort of feedback.
Okay, so on that point, has there been a consistent theme coming through that's developed into...
Not to me in my role, and I have no line of sight of the submissions coming back in the process that's already underway because colleagues in planning are running that process, so they'd be better placed to answer that than me.
So there's quite a few councils, as I assume you'd be aware, who have been on the record as quite vehemently opposing some of the proposals. What you're saying is that the majority of that formal feedback must have gone to planning because OLG is not privy to it.
Yeah, so they're using the mechanism that they've been asked to use through the consultation process that the Department of Planning are running and providing the feedback through that avenue. As I said earlier this morning, that the Minister for Planning has extended that consultation till the end of March, I believe, and has made a commitment there'll be no implementation of any change until he's comfortable that there's no impact on housing supply and councils are no worse off, I think is something that the previous Minister had made the commitment to.
Thank you.
So you'd be aware that this proposed bill was referred to this committee actually for report. Have any of you read the report?
No, I haven't. I haven't read the report. I'm waiting for the consultation to close and for that to be summarised.
I'll just take you to an extract of the report, which I...
Sorry, can I be... I think we're branching over into the Minister for Planning's realm, and I really don't want to answer those questions until Friday.
And can I just, to assist the member, the Planning Minister is coming on
It's
Friday.
a point of order that you're taking, Ms Cusack.
Yeah, well, I suppose I'll take a point of order in terms of the question is not being correctly addressed, and I thought it would assist him to know that the Minister is coming here on Friday, and all those questions can be directed then.
I'll just to the. Is it to the point of order or yep?
This particular committee is Portfolio Committee number 7, which deals with local government. It actually did a report into the proposed bill, and I'm referring to that report, which the OLG is accounting for today to this committee. So I think it's directly relevant.
Okay, I'll remind the member to make sure that your questions are relevant to the Office of Local Government, and indeed, if they're not, we'll soon find out, and the witnesses can say so, and we can make a ruling. Then I didn't hear the question.
Well, let me bring you back to the nub of the issue. The Office of Local Government, the office responsible for airing issues of concern from the local government sector, presumably, and advocating on their behalf, and the functionality of it, is surely forming a view on this proposed bill. This idea that you have a ministerial responsibility that is rigidly separated and nothing passes between those walls, I find incredulous. So the idea that those conversations wouldn't be cross-fertilised, is that what we're saying, that there's no dialogue?
So at a ministerial level, I can't say yes or no. I'm not privy to those discussions. There may be discussions going on with ministers. I'm not sure. We've put into evidence that we're not aware of any local council approaching the Office of Local Government to raise any issues about the RIC. They're submitting their feedback and been in constant contact with the Department of Planning.
Yes.
Because it's planning
Through that,
legislation.
because it's a planning matter. On top of that, it doesn't affect every council in New South Wales. It only affects those in the Greater Sydney / area. So I think if you want the full answer, the people with the technical detail and can talk you through all the levels of concerns will be here on
It's a very
Friday.
simple and straightforward question. Has the OLG formed a view on council's concerns with respect to this bill? Yes or no? If you haven't, that's fine.
So no, because councils are being directed to provide those views direct to the planning arm of the cluster that's handling that process. If I do become aware of it in the role I'm in now, then of course I'll communicate.
So your collective evidence here today is that you're unaware of any issues that the bill creates on behalf of your sector, and
No,
you're not
that's
prepared.
not what I just
Well,
said.
you just told me that the OLG hasn't formed a view.
I told you that there's an open process for councils to engage with on this topic that's being handled by a different part of planning, and the Secretary also advised that they'll be here on Friday in front of this committee.
So when a council comes to you, Council X, Y, Z, A, B, C, and says that this deferral of developer contributions for values over 10 million is a real problem because it means we're going to have to borrow money at a high
All right,
interest rate.
I need to take another point of order because the member's already been told on at least 3 occasions that no council has come and said that to them. So it's nonsensical.
That's not what was said.
He did start the question, which I was listening very carefully to. So if a council comes to you with a question, and I was actually very keen to hear what the end of it was. It sounded local council related because he started with local council. So let's just hear what the...
No, it's a hypothetical.
Let's just hear what the question is.
Yep, we had the answer earlier, Madam Chair,
Well,
but
the
that's okay.
implication from the earlier evidence is that there has been some level of dialogue, even though it's informal, because the direct consultations with the Department of Planning. My question is very simple. If those concerns have been relayed to you, have you formed a view on the negative or positive impacts of the bill as a result of that?
Yeah, so I personally haven't, but to be fair, I haven't been in the role for that long, so I would be open to listening to anyone who wanted to talk to me about that, and I would convey that to colleagues who are handling the process if that happened, but it is hypothetical at this point.
Can I just clarify, because I think you suggested that we had possibly implied that councils had approached the Office of Local Government with the issue. I want to be clear, none of us, unless you've got a different
No
view.
one's reached out to the OLG.
There has been...
Because it's a planning issue.
No, I didn't ask you.
Order.
I didn't ask you,
I don't
Catherine.
understand what you mean
asked the
understand.
witnesses.
Order. Ms.
Point of
Dench
order,
was about to...
President. I specifically asked the question to the witnesses,
Okay.
not to the member.
I'm aware,
let's
which is what I'm trying to ensure that Ms.
No
Dench
one
can
has
respond.
approached.
Or
Yeah, no one has approached me informally or formally. I'll ask Ali if.
Informally, I have been approached around the issues. I haven't formed an opinion. The Office of Local Government doesn't form an opinion on it. We direct the councils to the process of where they can put their point of view. And I have informal discussions with colleagues in planning and relay some of the concerns that are raised. Does not necessarily mean it is the formal view of OLG.
All right, so I'll just wind up by asking this final question. Do you, as a matter of policy and role, see that part of the role of the OLG is to advocate on behalf of those councils coming to you to the planning department, or is it just, look, our opinion doesn't really matter because the formal process is between the councils and the Department of Planning?
Our role is to advocate on behalf of councils and to ensure their voices are heard with other areas of the Department of Planning.
So that implies that a consultation process should be put in place with the council so that you can advocate on their behalf?
Informally, we advocate on their behalf. There is a process in which councils can have their voices heard through the Department of Planning by making a submission. We have discussions, informal discussions, and I have informal discussions with my colleagues in planning about that to ensure the issues have been heard.
Can I just say, I think their issues are being taken seriously. Well, I know their issues are being taken seriously, and we are working closely to understand where the key areas of concern are.
Steve, if I were a council and this bill hit the deck and there's a certain desire on behalf of the Department of Planning and that minister to implement this bill, I would feel as though one of my recourses is to the department that's backing me, which is the OLG. So I would perhaps go to you and say, and if this is a collective drumbeat, then presumably that becomes something which you pick up and take to the Department of Planning and advocate for. Would that be a fair enough statement?
Yeah,
but,
definitely.
It hasn't occurred formally, and I do want to be clear. I do believe there's a very open, transparent way for them to put their information forward.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
I might just ask a couple of questions about the West Invest Fund. Is the Office of Local Government involved in that at all?
I don't think the criteria has been fully documented on how it's going to be administered at this stage, has it?
No, it is under in development at the moment, although obviously, as I'm sure you are aware, it is a fund in which councils can make applications for shovel-ready projects.
So I think that's really a question for Minister Ayres.
So the answer is no. So you're not involved at all. I mean, I guess it goes back to this question of, as councils are the bodies in which, the organisations which, submit applications, is there any process for the Office of Local Government to support them to best engage with that fund? If they have ideas about projects that they might think are, possibly eligible, but they want some support to work that up.
So I think I'd probably just refer to Minister Keen's comments about the fund and Dr Grimes' comments about he is governing the establishment of that fund. So at this point, I haven't had any discussions with Treasury counterparts about a potential role for OLG or not.
Mm. Okay, I mean, as I said, it's this issue of I know that you not have the $5 billion. I know that you're not giving it out, but councils are the ones that can put their hand up, and presumably, I think there are 15 local government areas that are eligible. Some of them are bigger, some of them are smaller. I mean, you compare a Blacktown, to a Strathfield. One's a massive council, one's really small. Maybe they don't have the same level of capacity to engage and put their hand up. I mean, does the office provide support to, get them best engaging?
Yes, as I spoke to before, we have an engagement team. We have engagement managers who go around and talk to councils. We have our newsletter that we send out, our social media newsletter with information and about, such as West Invest will more than likely be one of those.
So that hasn't happened yet, but it would potentially be something that you would support those councils
we would
get the best out of it.
Raise their awareness, talk with them about it, definitely. Make sure they're referred to the right people. That's our role.
And Ms Hawes, I mean, I appreciate you haven't had that engagement yet, but would that be something that you might expect, that there would be some engagement with Treasury about how you and your team over at DPI can support the applicant bodies, which are councils, to best participate?
Absolutely, and I would also speak with LGNSW because they're ears on the ground too, and if they're hearing that certain councils require support, we would respond to that. But this scheme is still in development, and so we haven't yet seen how it formally works.
My experience suggests councils are very good at identifying.
Well, they're very
funds
enthusiastic, Mr. Castle, but there's a difference between.
Well,
I appreciate what you're saying. They're
normally
keen.
they tell us it's coming rather than the other way around.
I might ask just a couple of questions about cemeteries because I'm not sure if you're aware of the issue in relation to the rural and regional cemeteries. Rural and regional councils who have expressed some concern in relation to the new cemeteries proposals. Is that something that has come up from your end?
Not to me yet, but as we've talked about here today, I haven't been in the role for that long, so if it comes up, I would listen to those concerns. So I can't really comment at this point.
Okay. Ms Dench, is it something that you're aware of?
I'm aware of the issues of cemeteries in rural and regional areas from my previous role to this one, from that perspective. Having been in a peri-urban council in Wallandilly was where I was before. So yes, I'm aware of the issues generally, but it has not been raised with me in my current role.
So, I mean, I think my understanding is that some of the rural and regional cemeteries that councils that operate smaller cemeteries are concerned that the government's reform in those areas will force them to push up burial charges. As those reforms to cemeteries progress, is engaging with those rural and regional councils that have those concerns something that you'd be willing to do?
Yep, absolutely.
And in the new group that we're in, with my colleagues in cemeteries and crematoria would be where I'd be collaborating with as well.
Yeah, okay. We might ask some questions about that tomorrow. But I thought I'd just check in from the council perspective today. On the domestic waste management review that is being done by IPART, so I understand, I appreciate IPART is doing this work, not DPI or the Office for Local Government, but it has been going on. The review, as I understand, they've extended the closing date for submissions again. It's been going on since November 2019. Have you engaged at all with IPART in relation to trying to expedite or wrap up or get some conclusion on that review?
No, I haven't engaged with IPART about the way they conduct their business, and I wouldn't normally do that, but obviously when they've completed their review...
It's more so concerns from the local government sector that it has been going on.
Okay.
So first of all, the first concern that it has been going on for a while. So not, sort of telling IPART what to have as the substance of their review, but encouraging them perhaps or checking in relation to the timeframes is one issue that I thought, oh yes, Ms Dench?
Yeah, yes, we have been having discussions with IPART in relation to that and been doing some work with them in regards to their review. Discussions around timeframes haven't been had.
Okay.
But we can.
Yes,
Raise that as a
We can
concern.
raise it.
My understanding is that, as I said, the review commenced in November 2019, and
It's an issue for
it's, you know, still ongoing. And so obviously timeliness is one concern. Another concern was that I think in the draft report, the proposal is to peg the rise in the increase in charges at 1.1%, and the actual cost, councils have reported that the actual cost increase is closer to 4.5% every year. So obviously we're back to that issue of a little bit of a discrepancy between what councils are reporting their cost increases are and what IPART in their draft report has suggested the increase might be. Again, is that something that, you know, you might engage with IPART on behalf of local governments to try and work through to get that to a better landing from the council's point of view?
We have been raising those concerns with IPART, and they've been listening, and we'll continue to raise those concerns.
And so, like, what form does that take? You know, you meet with IPART or
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, and so have you, like, for example, written to IPART about that, or how does, as I said, like, I mean, is that like a formal letter or submission that you've made?
I
or
haven't.
You just met with them? Yeah.
I haven't as executive director, but I know my team members have been, and I can take that on notice and find out.
Okay. Yes, and it would also be useful to find out, as I said, I think perhaps you said you hadn't raised the timeframes, but maybe just checking if that had been raised, and any update
we
that
can
you could
give you,
provide in
definitely.
relation to that would be useful. Okay. Did you have any more questions?
Or maybe some of this code of conduct stuff. I might just traverse some of this code of conduct review that we've touched on today. Are you able to tell me whether or not it was the Minister, her office, or the OLG that suggested the independent review? I think it was late last year it was announced.
Previous minister, I believe, is the one that
Came up with it? Yep. And the submissions to that close on the 28th of March, I think. From an OLG perspective, is the current model effective, grossly deficient, or sort of?
We've heard concerns from the sector in regards to the Model Code of Conduct framework. There's been concerns raised in regards to timeframes, and the review is going to assist us with any improvements that can happen in regards to the framework.
And do you have a feel for what areas we could improve upon to date?
Well, as I just said,
Subject to review, I understand, but are we getting a flavour based on the complaints?
as I just said, we've heard the concerns around timeliness.
Yep. Main thing, timeliness, yep.
Yep, which we'll be looking at that as part of the review, definitely.
What about recourse? So timeliness is one thing, but then once someone's found to have breached the code of conduct, are we going to look at what punitive actions can be implemented as a result?
It's certainly, the review is going to be looking at robust investigations, fair process, timeliness and effective action to be taken in circumstances of substantiated misconduct. That's what the reviewers will be looking at.
And in terms of, are you able to give us a feel for the volume of complaints of the ineffectiveness of the current system, the current model?
At this stage, I'm going to wait for the report. I don't have those figures of who's submitted or...
Can you take that on notice?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. In terms of the terms of reference, how were they developed? In other words, were stakeholders asked for input, or was it largely driven from the OLG?
Sorry, I missed that. I was trying to get some...
Oh, sorry, the terms of reference for the Code of Conduct review, was that largely a creature of the OLG, or was it based on consultation with stakeholders like councils?
We'd have to take that on notice. Sorry, that's just a bit of detail that we don't have. And the recourse question that you raised before, I think it depends on what the misconduct was to where that recourse would go. An abuse of a public position obviously can have potential to be an ICAC or a criminal matter, all the way down to a potentially a criminal matter for deliberately filling out a statutory declaration incorrectly. So it just depends on where or what the misconduct is to where that will head if it's proven.
So on that point, there's a potential, is there not, for a situation where, let's use the emblematic example we've been discussing all day, which is incorrect completion of the candidate information sheet, which was previously in the Dwahi example referred to NCAT, who then prevaricated for quite a while, and we still haven't got an outcome. Well, he's been found guilty, but is that the sort of thing that could be looked at in terms of the jurisdiction that the OLG could refer to?
I'm not sure, because I'm not 100% across the level of detail in that case, and as you said, it's been referred to NCAT. I think if there's criminal behaviour, that's quite clear where that would go to, and I don't think OLG should be involved in that. Is that answering the question that you're trying to get to?
Well, I mean, if the answer is that depending on the severity of the breach, then we could look at the jurisdiction it could be enforced in. I guess yes, but I mean, an incorrect completion of a stat dec's a pretty serious thing, I would have thought. Flicked it off to NCAT didn't really do much.
So I can't respond to what NCAT should or shouldn't have done in that situation.
I can assure you that the review will make recommendations for any legislative policy and operational changes that may be required to ensure that we've got a robust system.
Okay. So in terms of that consultation, we don't know how the terms of reference were developed.
We said we'd take that on notice.
Yeah.
Get you that information.
I just want to walk through some of the actual terms of references. That 1A is the standards of the standards of conduct set out in the Model Code of Conduct, and the way these are applied is one of the terms of references. Has the OLG encountered issues with the way that standards of conduct are actually applied?
Is there a particular case that you're referring to?
Well, I mean, if it's a term of reference for the review, presumably that the OLG has some intelligence on those standards not being applied properly?
So again, we can't be sure about how those the terms of reference were brought about. So that we don't mislead the committee, I'd rather take that question on notice and come back with that first answer on where the terms of reference were drafted.
So there's a whole series of terms of references here that I was going to ask, but your evidence is that we don't really know how they were formed up, so we can't answer the question.
Well, I don't have that information.
That is, with respect, Mr. Buttigieg, that has been his response for the last few questions, and maybe move on from the terms of reference. They've been very clear that they're taking all of it on notice.
Okay. Do investigators have any training on how to conduct investigations in an effective and efficient manner?
Our investigators are qualified, and training is identified as needed.
Okay. And in terms of the volume of investigators historically, has that, since, say, from the period 2011 to 2021, the 10-year period, have they increased over time?
I don't have those figures in front of me. I've only got the figures from June last year to December in regards to those figures, and they have stayed the same for that period of time. I don't have the last 10 years figures. I can take that on notice.
Okay, if you could. Is anyone able to explain to me the trigger process from when the OLG investigates a breach and then refers it on to NCAT? What's the escalation process there? Is it once the OLG's found that they think that a councillor's breached the code, then they refer it to NCAT, or do they don't necessarily have to refer it to NCAT? Or
I'm not sure of the exact steps, to be honest. And I might just take that one on notice. I'd hate to slip up.
Okay. In 2019-20, your own data shows that council spent more than $1.5 million investigating code of conduct complaints. Is that a concern? The figure jumped 635,000 from the previous year.
I think a general statement, whenever we're investigating code of conduct issues, it would be of concern for us. An increase in them, yes, would obviously be a concern, but we're investigating the people who are doing things wrong.
Yeah, it's a 100% jump. So the same data shows that there are almost 400 complaints in 1920. Year 1920, which was not 1920 as in 19 financial year 20.
Yep.
150 more than the previous year. Again, is that a concern?
I might take that one. It's not necessarily a concern. It could mean that people are more vigilant and reporting more, and that investigations are being done entirely appropriately. So it's not necessarily something that you can qualify as good or bad. It may simply be that people are more aware of how they can take things forward if there are concerns about councillor conduct.
More allegations being made because there's an election coming up.
Yeah, vexatious maybe.
Yeah.
Some of them.
Well, clearly not from the evidence this morning, but anyway, that'll do me.
I just had one last question, apologies. I just wanted to ask, in relation to the adoption of sort of smart meters, smart parking meters and park and pay technology, did the Office for Local Government have any role promoting that to councils or engaging with councils on that, or was that done exclusively by the Department of Customer Service?
Yeah, so I might take that on notice unless Ali has some more specific information. Obviously, it is the Department of Customer Service that developed the app. We do know councils that are using it, and some of those councils report that they're very happy with that app. I don't know with any depth of detail here today about how much of a role we had in promoting the app when it first became available, but we can take that on.
And that's what I'm interested in. I know which councils are using it, and I'm aware that feedback is generally positive, but I mean, Ms Dench, do you have any knowledge about what process was undertaken to engage with councils, promote its use to them, encourage them to get on board? Do you have any information here about what that looks like?
No more than what Ms Hawes has just said.
Okay, so you're going to take that on notice? Yeah, that's great, thank you. That's all from me. I think we're done.
We're done? All right. Now it's time for the government to fill the remaining hour, if you wish.
Hour? All right, is there anything that's been covered here this afternoon you'd like to touch back on? Anything you'd like to cover off, revisit? No, it's been done.
I'd like to just table that report so the government responds to that review of the Coast and Estuary funding programme that Ms Jackson.
Thanks.
Yeah, so we printed off a copy. It's on the website, but.
Thank you very much. I think it's probably a relief, given it's going to be tricky for some of us to probably get home this afternoon. So let's get to that. Yes, of course you can.
Which of the 4 councils that have completed their coastal management plans?
Oh, okay. Just give me 1 second. I do have that. Where are we? Status 21. Okay, so the 4 that have been certified to date, so Ballina, which was Lake Ainsworth, Shell Harbour and Wollongong, which was Lake Illawarra, so sometimes the coastal management programme areas cross 2 council boundaries, City of Newcastle, Stockton Beach, and Coffs Harbour, which is Bonville and Pine Creek.
So That doesn't mean that those councils have completed their work, though, does it?
No, absolutely not. So
No,
there
the
would have
plan.
been,
Okay, thanks.
and don't forget, there will be transitioning from the old plans to the new programme. So some of the work will be done, but still lots to do.
But Newcastle, for example, in doing Stockton, still has more areas of coast.
Yeah, so
Yet
they
to be.
split their coastal management programme into 2 areas.
Yes.
So dealing with Stockton, obviously, just because of the issues there, and then they're going to do south of Newcastle, so the rest of the Newcastle coastline.
Is that the same for Ballina as well?
I think
Doesn't matter.
Ballin is in 2 as well, but I can clarify
like
that
it.
for you. Yeah, no worries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was actually very interesting questions at the end, Catherine. Very
Waiting all
timely
day.
and pertinent. Thank you all for appearing. The Secretary will get back to you with the questions you have taken on notice and any other supplementary questions if there are any. Travel safely, and that's the end of our session this afternoon. We'll just have a quick deliberative.
Yeah.